his finest warriors. Death in battle is considered an honor. To fall protecting the Imperium of man is to achieve glory that echoes through eternity. But for some warriors, even death is denied. Instead, they are granted what their brothers call a great honor, though those who experience it might whisper different truths in the darkness between battles. These are the dreadnoughts, living tombs where heroes too valuable to lose are imprisoned within shells of adamantium and ceramite, their broken bodies sustained by arcane technology, while their consciousness pilots war machines of terrible power. They are revered as walking relics, as bridges to a past that grows ever more distant with each passing millennium. But what happens when one of these ancient warriors, a being who walked beside the Emperor of mankind himself during the glory days of the Great Crusade, falls into the hands of the orcs? What fate awaits a consciousness that has endured for 10,000 years, that carries memories of an age when the Imperium was young and the Emperor still walked among his sons, when such a warrior becomes not a revered relic, but a trophy to be desecrated by Xenos hands? This is not a tale of simple death. Death would be a mercy. This is a story about something far worse, a nightmare that combines the deepest fears of the Adeptus Astartes with the crude, brutal ingenuity of the Greenskin Menace. It is a story about what happens when the sacred becomes profane, when millennia of service and sacrifice are reduced to spare parts in an orc mechboy's workshop. It is about a consciousness that remembers standing in the Emperor's presence, that fought at Olenor when the Great Crusade reached its zenith, trapped and aware while Xenos hands tear apart everything that made it whole. To understand the full horror of this fate, we must first understand what a dreadnought truly is, and what it means to be one of the ancient ones who remember when humanity's master still walked the stars in person. A Space Marine dreadnought is far more than simply a weapon of war, though it is certainly that. Standing between 3 and 5 meters tall, these walking battle tanks are armored in layers of ceramite and adamantium, thick enough to shrug off hits that would obliterate lesser vehicles. They bristle with weapons ranging from assault cannons and lascannons to missile launchers and power fists capable of crushing battle tanks. On the battlefield, they are engines of destruction, walking fortresses that inspire awe in allies and terror in enemies. But the true nature of a dreadnought lies not in its weapons or armor, but in what rests at its heart. Within the armored sarcophagus at the center of each dreadnought is a space marine, or what remains of one. The process of becoming a dreadnought is not chosen. It is a fate that befalls only those warriors who have been so catastrophically wounded that even the legendary resilience of a space marine cannot save them. When a battle brother suffers injuries that would kill any other being 10 times over, when his body is shattered beyond what even the chapter's apothecaries can repair, a terrible choice must be made. The warrior could be granted the Emperor's peace, allowed to die with honor and have his gene seed harvested for the next generation. Or, if his deeds have been great enough, if his tactical wisdom is deemed too valuable to lose, he may be offered another path. He may be interred within a dreadnought's sarcophagus, his ruined body reduced to little more than a brain and a handful of vital organs suspended in amniotic fluid, permanently fused with the life support systems of the war machine that will become his eternal prison. The transformation is brutal. Everything that makes the warrior human in form is stripped away. Arms and legs are amputated. Unnecessary organs are removed. The flesh is pared down until only the absolute minimum needed to sustain consciousness remains. What is left is installed into the armored shell at the dreadnought's core, hardwired directly into the machine's systems through neural interface ports that pierce the brain itself. The Marine's mind becomes the machine's mind. His senses are replaced by the dreadnought's sensors, his voice by its vox speakers, his body by tons of armored ceramite and adamantium. He will never again feel the weight of a bolter in his hands, never again know the simple pleasure of walking on his own legs. He becomes something trapped between life and death, neither fully one nor the other, sustained in an existence that can stretch for thousands of years. This is presented to the wounded warrior as a great honor, and in a sense, it is. To be chosen for such preservation means that the chapter values his experience and wisdom above all else. Dreadnoughts serve as living links to their chapter's history, their memories stretching back across centuries or even millennia. Some dreadnoughts are so ancient that they remember events from their chapter's founding, can recite the names of heroes long since turned to dust, can speak with authority about battles fought before any living space marine was born. They are walking libraries of tactical knowledge and strategic wisdom, consulted by chapter masters and captains when difficult decisions must be made. They are symbols of continuity and tradition, proof that the chapter's greatest heroes never truly die but continue to serve the Emperor unto the very ending of the universe. But there is a cost to this immortality, a price that is rarely spoken of in the official doctrines of the Adeptus Astartes. The dreadnought pilots spend most of their existence in a state of suspended animation, sleeping dreamlessly in the darkness between deployments. When they are awakened for battle, the transition is jarring and disorienting. They emerge from the void of unconsciousness to find that years or even decades have passed in what seems like an instant. The brothers they fought alongside in their last deployment may be dead or retired. The chapter may have changed in ways both subtle and profound. The galaxy itself moves on while they sleep, and each awakening brings with it the realization that they are becoming ever more disconnected from the world around them. Worse still is what happens to the human mind, subjected to this existence over truly vast stretches of time. The organic brain, even one enhanced by the modifications that create a space marine, was never meant to endure for millennia. Slowly, inevitably, the dreadnought pilot begins to lose pieces of himself. Memories fade and blur together. The ability to feel emotions dulls and diminishes. The warrior, who was once a man of flesh and blood, who knew joy and sorrow and anger and love, gradually becomes something else. He becomes more machine than man, his consciousness reduced to tactical imperatives and combat protocols, his sense of self eroding like ancient stone, worn smooth by endless millennia of wind and rain. The truly ancient dreadnoughts, those who have endured for thousands of years, often retain little of their original personalities. They are shells animated by duty and purpose, their humanity having leaked away so slowly they never noticed it was gone. And yet, for all the horror inherent in such an existence, dreadnoughts are treated with reverence bordering on worship by their chapters. They are accorded tremendous respect, their counsel sought, their presence on the battlefield a source of inspiration for younger battle brothers. In the Baroque traditions of the Adeptus Astartes, to become a dreadnought is seen as a reward for exceptional service, a way to transcend the normal span of a space marine's life and continue fighting for the Emperor long after flesh would have failed. The dreadnoughts themselves often cling to this narrative, finding purpose in the belief that their sacrifice means something, that their extended existence serves a greater cause. They are heroes. They are honored. They are revered. They are everything a space marine should aspire to become, until something goes wrong, until the unthinkable happens, until the ancient warrior finds himself not in the honored halls of his chapter's fortress monastery, but in the crude and brutal hands of the enemy. To fully grasp the magnitude of what it means for a dreadnought to be captured by orcs, particularly one who walked during the days of the Great Crusade, we must understand who these ancient warriors are and what they carry within their armored shells. We must travel back 10,000 years to an age when the Emperor of mankind still lived and breathed and led his armies in person, when the galaxy was being forged into the Imperium that would come to dominate the stars, when hope still burned bright in the sound hearts of humanity's champions, the Emperor of mankind. Even speaking that title carries weight, invokes power beyond mortal comprehension. He was, and in a sense still is, the single most powerful human psyche to ever exist. An immortal being who had walked among humanity since before recorded history, guiding and protecting the species through dark ages and golden eras alike. He finally revealed himself during the collapse known as the Age of Strife. When warp storms isolated human worlds from one another, when Xenos predators descended upon defenseless colonies, when the very fabric of human civilization seemed ready to tear itself apart, he emerged from the shadows where he had worked for millennia and took direct control of humanity's destiny. First, he united Terra itself, the birthplace of humanity. The Emperor waged the unification wars, crushing the techno-barbarian warlords who had carved the cradle of mankind into petty kingdoms and brutal fiefdoms. He created the Thunder Warriors, the first of his gene-enhanced super soldiers, and with them he brought all of Earth under his rule. But that was only the beginning. The Emperor's vision extended far beyond a single planet. He looked to the stars and saw what humanity could become, what it must become if it was to survive in a galaxy filled with threats beyond imagining. The Emperor created the Space Marine Legions, gene-forged warriors built from his own genetic template. He crafted the Primarchs, 20 beings who were to be his generals and his sons, each one a masterwork of genetic engineering and psychic power. He forged alliances with the Mechanicum of Mars, securing the industrial might needed to build a war machine capable of conquering a galaxy. And then, when all was ready, he launched the Great Crusade. The Great Crusade was nothing less than the reconquest of the galaxy in humanity's name. For 200 years, the Emperor led his forces across the stars, bringing lost human worlds back into the fold, destroying Xenos empires that had preyed upon humanity during the Age of Strife, spreading the imperial truth that promised to enlighten mankind and free them from superstition and false gods. It was an age of glory unmatched before or since. The Emperor walked among his warriors. His Primarchs led armies numbering in the millions. The Space Marine Legions were invincible, unstoppable, righteous in their purpose, and terrible in their power. And then came Ullanor. The Ullanor Crusade represents the absolute apex of the Great Crusade, the moment when the Imperium of Man reached its greatest triumph. The Orc Empire of Ullanor Prime was vast beyond measure, a threat so large that it required the deployment of hundreds of thousands of Space Marines, millions upon millions of Imperial Army soldiers, and the direct intervention of the Emperor himself. The greenskin overlord Urlak Urg had built an empire that rivaled anything humanity had achieved since the Dark Age of technology. His orcs were larger, more numerous, and more dangerous than any seen before or since, save perhaps for the beast who would rise millennia later. The Emperor did not simply send his armies to deal with this threat. He went himself. He led the final assault on Ullanor Prime in person, his golden armor shining like a second sun on the battlefield, his power unmatched by any save perhaps his greatest sons. To fight in that battle, to stand in the Emperor's presence as he waged war against the greatest orc empire the galaxy had ever seen, was to experience something that transcended ordinary glory. It was to witness divinity made manifest, to see power so vast that reality itself seemed to bend around it, to know with absolute certainty that humanity had a protector whose might could overcome any foe. For the Space Marines who fought at Ullanor, that day became the defining moment of their existence. They had fought alongside the master of mankind himself. They had seen him in all his glory and his terrible wrath. They had been part of the greatest victory of the age, the triumph that would be celebrated with parades and honors and declarations that would echo through history. Many of those warriors would later fall in the wars that followed. Many would die during the Horus Heresy, the terrible civil war that tore the Imperium apart and ended the Great Crusade in fire and betrayal. But some survived. Some endured through the dark millennium that followed. And some of those survivors, when their bodies finally failed them in battles yet to come, were deemed valuable enough to be interred within dreadnought sarcophagi, there to sleep and wake and sleep again, across the 10,000 years that separated the age of glory from the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. Imagine being such a warrior. Imagine carrying within your consciousness actual memories of the Emperor as he was before the Golden Throne, before the Horus Heresy, before everything went wrong. Imagine remembering his voice, not as a whisper in the warp or a faint psychic impression, but as actual words spoken to you directly. Imagine knowing what it felt like to stand in his presence, to feel the weight of his attention upon you, to receive orders from his own lips. Imagine holding those memories for 10,000 years, watching as the Imperium he built slowly decayed into a theocratic nightmare that would have disgusted him, seeing his vision of a rational, enlightened humanity twisted into a feudal empire that worships him as a god despite his hatred of all religion. For a dreadnought who fought at Olenor, who stood in the Emperor's presence during the greatest triumph of the Great Crusade, those memories are both a treasure and a torment. They are proof that the warrior once lived in an age of wonders, that he served something greater than the grim survival that characterizes the Imperium in its current state. They are a connection to a past when things were better, when humanity was on the rise rather than slowly falling into decay. But they are also a reminder of everything that has been lost, of how far the Imperium has fallen from the Emperor's original vision, of how the bright hope of the Great Crusade has curdled into the desperate darkness of endless war. These memories make such a dreadnought invaluable to his chapter. He is not simply an ancient warrior with millennia of tactical experience. He is a living link to the very founding of the Imperium, a consciousness that can speak with authority about the Emperor's intentions and methods, a relic more precious than any artifact or holy weapon. Such a dreadnought would be consulted on the most important decisions, his words carrying weight that no other voice could match. He would be revered not just as a hero, but as something approaching a saint, a bridge between the present age and the golden past when the Emperor walked among his people. And then, impossibly, catastrophically, he falls into Orc hands. The ancient warrior, the one who met the Emperor, the precious repository of memories from an age of glory, becomes a prisoner of the most brutal and crude Xenos race in the galaxy. To understand what happens next, we must turn our attention to the Orcs themselves, to their culture of looting and scavenging, to their particular delight in taking what belongs to their enemies and making it Orcy. The Orcs are a plague upon the galaxy, a green tide of violence and destruction that spreads across the stars like a cancer. They are not a unified empire or a cohesive civilization in any normal sense. Instead, they are a collection of countless warbands and tribes, each led by the biggest and strongest Orc who can hold power through sheer physical dominance. They live only for war, existing in a state of perpetual conflict that sees them fighting everyone and anyone, including each other, when no better targets present themselves. They reproduce through spores, making them nearly impossible to fully eradicate from any world they infest. They possess a crude but effective form of psychic power that makes their ramshackle technology actually work, despite defying all rational engineering principles. But perhaps the most distinctive aspect of Orc culture, beyond their love of violence, is their obsession with looting. Orcs are compulsive scavengers, driven by an almost pathological need to acquire, modify, and repurpose anything they can get their hands on. This behavior is most pronounced in the Death Skulls clan, whose members are legendary even among other Orcs for their willingness to acquire anything that is not nailed down, and quite a few things that are. To a Death Skull, the entire galaxy is a treasure trove waiting to be looted, and the concept of ownership is merely a suggestion that applies to everyone except himself. Orcs loot for practical reasons, their own technology, while effective thanks to their psychic gestalt field that makes things Work, if enough orcs believe they should, is still crude and prone to breaking down. A good Imperial lasgun or a sturdy Space Marine bolter can be worth a dozen orc weapons in terms of reliability and effectiveness. Imperial vehicles are prized because they are well made and can often be kept running with minimal maintenance, unlike orc vehicles which require constant repairs and modifications just to continue functioning. But orcs also loot for status. The biggest, flashiest, most impressive loot marks its owner as a successful warrior, someone who has fought in real battles and come away with proper trophies. Among orcs, a good collection of loot is as important as personal size and strength in determining one's place in the hierarchy. Orc mechboys, the technical specialists of orc society, are particularly obsessed with looting. They see every piece of captured technology as a new challenge, a puzzle to be solved and then improved upon. The idea of using something exactly as it was designed is foreign to orc thinking. Instead, mechboys immediately begin modifying and improving anything they capture, adding more guns, more armor, more speed, and copious amounts of dakka. The result is usually a Frankensteined monstrosity that barely resembles its original form, covered in riveted plates and festooned with oversized weapons, painted in garish colors and decorated with crude glyphs and kill markings. The orcs have a long and storied history of looting Imperial vehicles. Leman Russ battle tanks are particular favorites, solid and reliable machines that can take tremendous punishment and keep rolling. The orcs will capture these tanks, strip out anything they deem unnecessary, bolt on additional armor plates, replace the weapons with orc equivalents, and slap on a new paint job. The result is what the Imperium classifies as a looted wagon, a formerly Imperial vehicle that has been thoroughly orcified. These looted vehicles are common enough that Imperial forces expect to see them on any battlefield where orcs are present, a galling reminder that the Xenos are using humanity's own weapons against them. But Leman Russ tanks are mere trifles compared to the truly impressive loot that orcs sometimes acquire. There are legends of orc looters who have captured Imperial knights, the towering war machines piloted by noble houses and revered as symbols of Imperial might. There are confirmed reports of orcs looting titans, the god machines of the Collegia Titanica, and attempting to make them operational under greenskin control. The larger and more impressive the loot, the more status it brings to the orc who claims it. And in this hierarchy of desirability, in this ranking of the most prestigious trophies an orc can claim, a Space Marine dreadnought occupies a very special place. Dreadnoughts are rare. Unlike the millions of guardsmen who fight for the Imperium, unlike the thousands of tanks and aircraft that roll off Forge World assembly lines, dreadnoughts are precious relics that exist in very limited numbers. Most Space Marine chapters possess only a handful of these ancient war machines, and each one represents irreplaceable heritage and history. They are accorded enormous respect by their chapters, treated as sacred relics as much as weapons of war. And they are powerful. A single dreadnought can turn the tide of a battle, its heavy weapons and thick armor allowing it to operate as a one-machine wrecking crew that tears through enemy formations with impunity. For an orc mech boy, a dreadnought represents the ultimate challenge and the ultimate prize. Here is a war machine that combines the best of Imperial technology with the biological integration of a living pilot, creating something that is both vehicle and warrior, both machine and monster. The technical complexity involved in creating and maintaining a dreadnought is beyond anything the orcs could produce themselves, which makes it all the more valuable as loot. To capture a dreadnought would bring immense prestige. To successfully loot it, to pry open its secrets and potentially even make it operational under orc control, would elevate a mech boy to legendary status among his peers. But capturing a dreadnought is no easy task. These war machines are formidable combatants, designed to operate in the most intense battlefield conditions and survive threats that would destroy lesser units. Their armor is thick enough to turn aside anti-tank weapons. Their targeting systems are sophisticated enough to track and eliminate multiple threats simultaneously. Their pilots are veterans with centuries or even millennia of combat experience, tactical minds that have fought in more battles than most warriors will ever see. Taking down a dreadnought requires overwhelming firepower, clever tactics, or extraordinary luck. Even when a dreadnought falls, its chapter will fight with desperate ferocity to recover it, unwilling to let such a precious relic fall into enemy hands. And yet, in the vast and terrible galaxy of Warhammer 40,000, the unlikely and the impossible happen with disturbing regularity. Battles go wrong, tactical situations collapse, heroic last stands end in defeat rather than victory. And sometimes, despite every precaution and every prayer to the Emperor, a dreadnought falls. Not just falls in the sense of being destroyed, where the pilot can at least find peace in death and the chapter can recover the sarcophagus for respectful interment, but falls in the sense of being disabled and captured, its pilot still alive, still conscious, still aware of everything that is happening as Xenos hands drag the sacred war machine away from the battlefield. Now imagine that this captured dreadnought is not some newly interred warrior with a mere century or two of service. Imagine instead that it is one of the ancient ones, a consciousness that has endured for 10,000 years, that fought in the Great Crusade itself, that stood in the Emperor's presence at Ullanor and heard the master of mankind speak. Imagine the horror of such a warrior finding himself in orc hands, helpless and aware as crude greenskin mechanics begin to examine the sarcophagus that has been his home for millennia. The battle that leads to such a catastrophic capture might happen in any number of ways. Perhaps the dreadnought is deployed to defend a critical location, and the tide of orcs proves too numerous to hold back. Perhaps he becomes separated from his battle brothers during a chaotic melee, surrounded and overwhelmed before support can arrive. Perhaps his war machine suffers a catastrophic malfunction at the worst possible moment, leaving him immobilized as the green tide washes over his position. However it happens, the result is the same. The ancient warrior, the venerable hero who has served for 10 millennia, finds himself defeated and in the hands of the enemy. The initial moments of capture are disorienting. The dreadnought's last memories are of combat, of fighting desperately against impossible odds, of systems failing and weapons running dry. Then darkness, either from damage to his senses or from the orcs physically shutting down his systems. When awareness returns, the situation has changed completely. The sounds of battle have faded, replaced by the crude grunting and bellowing of orc voices. The dreadnought's sensors, if they are still functional, show not the familiar confines of his chapter's fortress monastery or the interior of a transport craft, but the ramshackle, filth-encrusted interior of an orc workshop or mech shop. The warrior trapped within the sarcophagus tries to access his weapon systems, tries to power up his locomotors and break free from whatever restraints the orcs have placed on him. Nothing responds. Either the systems have been damaged beyond his ability to activate them, or the orcs have had enough time to properly secure their prize, disconnecting power feeds and locking down actuators. The dreadnought is awake, aware, conscious of everything happening around him, but utterly unable to act. He is a prisoner in the most literal and horrible sense, trapped within a shell of adamantium that has become not a weapon, but a cage. The orcs, meanwhile, are ecstatic with their prize. Capturing a Space Marine dreadnought is the kind of feat that makes orcs legendary among their kind. The mech boys who claimed it immediately begin calling in their fellows, summoning every tech-obsessed greenskin in the vicinity to come and see what they have acquired. There is arguing and posturing as multiple mech boys try to claim ownership or at least partial credit for the capture. There may even be fights, orcs settling the question of who gets to work on this magnificent loot in the traditional way, through violence and the brutal application of superior strength. Eventually, some semblance of order is established. The biggest or most intimidating or most technically accomplished, Mechboy asserts his authority over the prize, though he will likely allow other Mechboys to assist and consult, partly because the work ahead is too complex for one orc to handle alone, and partly because even orcs understand that exceptional loot should be shared, at least among those with the proper appreciation for fine dakka. The dreadnought is hauled to a work area, a space that would make any Mechanicus tech priest weep in horror. Oil and grease cover every surface. Half-finished projects litter the floor. Crude tools lie scattered about with no apparent organization. The whole place reeks of promethium fumes and ozone and the distinctive musk of orc physiology. The mech boys begin their examination. Their approach to understanding technology is radically different from the ritualized, methodical procedures of the Adeptus Mechanicus, where a tech priest would spend hours in prayer and preparation before even touching such a sacred machine, where they would carefully consult ancient schemas and blessed texts. Orcs simply start poking and prodding and hitting things to see what happens. They walk around the dreadnought, studying it from every angle, pointing out features to one another in their guttural language. They tap on the armor plates with crude wrenches, listening to the sound and nodding sagely as if this tells them something significant. They peer into the weapon housings, examining the assault cannons and power fists with the critical eye of mechanics who have seen a lot of dakka in their time. The workshop itself is a monument to orc engineering philosophy, which could be summarized as, if it works, keep hitting it until it works better. The walls are covered in tool racks, though covered might be too generous a word for the haphazard way wrenches and hammers and welding torches are scattered about. Some tools look like they might have once been Imperial equipment, looted from battlefields and repurposed for orc use. Others are clearly orc-made, crude but effective implements designed for the kind of rough work that mech boys specialize in. Grease and oil stain every surface, the residue of countless projects and repairs accumulating into a permanent coating that gives everything a slick, unwholesome sheen. Various projects in different stages of completion occupy floor space throughout the workshop. Over in one corner sits what might once have been a chimera transport, now so heavily modified that identifying its original form requires close examination. The orcs have added armor plates that make it look like a moving fortress, installed weapons that seem far too large for the chassis to support, and painted it in an eye-searing combination of blue and yellow that makes the ancient warrior's optical sensors momentarily glitch when they pass over it. In another area, a collection of engines and power plants sit in various states of disassembly, Gretchen crawling over them like insects as they strip out components on orders from their mech boy masters. The noise level in the workshop is incredible, a constant cacophony of hammering and welding and shouting. Orcs bellow orders to Gretchen, who squeal in protest or pain when cuffed for being too slow. Power tools whine and scream as they're applied to metal. Somewhere in the background, something is making a rhythmic clanking sound, a broken machine or poorly assembled device that nobody has bothered to fix because it still technically works. The ancient warrior can hear all of this through his audio sensors, and it grates on consciousness accustomed to the relative quiet and order of a space marine facility. The smells, transmitted through chemical sensors that analyze air composition, are equally offensive. Promethium fumes hang heavy in the air, the result of careless handling and inadequate ventilation. Ozone from welding operations creates sharp, acrid notes. And underlying everything is the distinctive musk of orcs themselves, a combination of fungal spores and aggressive pheromones and whatever passes for sweat among these xenos. It is an assault on every sense the ancient warrior possesses, a constant reminder that he is in an alien environment utterly unlike anything he has experienced in 10,000 years of service. The mech boys themselves are a varied lot, each one bearing the marks of their dangerous profession. The biggest among them, the one who claimed primary ownership of the dreadnought, is missing 2 fingers on his left hand, evidence of some past accident involving machinery and insufficient caution. His skin bears burn scars from welding mishaps and chemical splashes. He wears what might charitably be called protective gear, though it consists mainly of a leather apron so stained with oil and other substances that its original color is impossible to determine. Tools hang from his belt, clanking against each other as he moves, and his eyes gleam with the particular light of someone who sees the universe primarily as a collection of things to be taken apart and put back together in more interesting configurations. The other mech boys defer to this one, though not without occasional grumbling and argument. Orc society is fundamentally hierarchical, organized around the principle that the biggest and strongest gets to be in charge. But mech boys complicate this with their technical expertise. A smaller orc, who knows how to make really good dakka, might command respect that his size alone would not grant him. The group examining the dreadnought represents a temporary alliance of specialists, each bringing their own expertise to the examination of this exceptional prize, each jockeying for position and credit, while ostensibly cooperating on the task at hand. As they work their way around the dreadnought, the mech boys provide a running commentary on what they observe. Their language is crude but expressive, filled with technical jargon that has evolved over millennia of orc engineering. They discuss the thickness of the armor plating, comparing it favorably to the tin can protection of lesser Imperial vehicles. They examine the joints and actuators, noting with approval how smoothly the dreadnought's limbs articulate even in its current inactive state. They spend considerable time studying the weapons, the assault cannon in particular drawing admiring comments about its rate of fire and the satisfying chunky sound it presumably makes when shooting. But what really fascinates them is the power plant. Dreadnoughts are powered by compact fusion cores or other advanced energy sources, technology that is well beyond normal orc capabilities, even if they would never admit it. The mech boys can tell that whatever is generating power in this machine is something special, something far more sophisticated than the crude generators they normally work with. They debate among themselves about whether they could extract the power plant and use it for other purposes, perhaps installing it in a stomper or some other project worthy of such advanced technology. This discussion troubles the ancient warrior, who realizes that the orcs might decide his value lies not in operating him as a complete unit, but in harvesting him for parts. For the dreadnought pilot, this examination is a special kind of torment. He can hear the orcs discussing him, can feel the vibrations through his sarcophagus as they bang on his armor, can sense through whatever sensors are still functioning that these crude xenos are examining him like some kind of prize animal or captured trophy. He tries again to activate his weapons, to power up his systems, and show these greenskins what happens to those who dare defile a servant of the Emperor. Nothing happens. The power feeds remain disconnected. The weapons stay cold and inert. The mech boys eventually work up the courage to start opening access panels and examining the dreadnought's internal systems. This is done with far less care than any Imperial mechanic would ever show. Panels are pried open with crowbars when the locking mechanisms prove too complex to understand. Delicate sensors and servos are manhandled without any regard for the precision required to keep them functioning. The mech boys grunt in satisfaction when they successfully open a compartment, and curse in frustration when seals or locks prove too stubborn to break. Gretchen are ordered to fetch tools and supplies, the smaller greenskins scurrying around the workshop in response to shouted commands and occasional blows from their larger masters. The really disturbing moment comes when the mech boys find the sarcophagus itself. Unlike the external armor and weapons systems, which are clearly mechanical in nature, the sarcophagus presents a puzzle. It is sealed tight, a reinforced container at the heart of the dreadnought from which power cables and neural interface connections run to every other system. The mech boys can tell that something important is inside, something that makes the whole machine work. They debate among themselves about whether to open it, some arguing that cracking it open might damage whatever is inside, others insisting that they need to see what is in there if they are ever going to understand how this magnificent machine works. Inside the sarcophagus, the ancient warrior can only wait and wonder. He knows what comes next if the orcs decide to force open his armored shell. He knows that once they see what is inside, once they understand that the dreadnought is piloted by a living being rather than some kind of machine spirit, their crude curiosity will take new and more horrible directions. He considers whether it might be possible to will himself to death, to simply stop fighting, to maintain consciousness, and let the biological functions that keep him alive slowly fail. But Space Marines do not surrender. They do not give up. Even entombed in a dreadnought, even in the hands of the enemy, the warrior's conditioning and training keep him going. He endures because that is what a Space Marine does. The mech boys eventually make their decision. They are going to open the sarcophagus. The process takes time. The seals are designed to resist exactly this kind of tampering, incorporating both physical locks and consecrated wards that should, in theory, prevent unauthorized access. But Orc ingenuity, if it can be called that, has a way of overcoming obstacles that should be impossible. The mech boys try various tools and techniques. They attempt to drill through the seals, only to find that the metal is too hard for their crude bits. They try using pry bars to force the hatches, but the mechanisms resist even Orc's strength. They consider using explosives, though cooler heads prevail when someone points out that blowing up the sarcophagus might damage whatever is inside. Eventually, through a combination of brute force, persistence, and sheer dumb luck, the mech boys find a way in. There is a hiss of escaping gases as seals that have remained intact for millennia finally give way. Warning lights that have not illuminated in years suddenly begin to flash on the sarcophagus's limited external displays, alerting anyone who cares to notice that the containment vessel has been compromised. The mech boys lever the armored shell open, and for the first time in however many thousands of years it has been since his internment, the ancient warrior is exposed to unfiltered outside air. The Orcs crowd around to see what they have found. Their reactions are varied. Some are disappointed, having perhaps expected to find some kind of powerful engine or weapon inside, rather than the shriveled, pathetic remnant of what was once a mighty Space Marine. Others are fascinated, leaning in close to examine the tubes and wires that connect the biological remains to the machine, pointing out particular features and speculating about their function. A few seem to grasp the significance of what they are looking at, understanding in their crude way that this is not just a machine, but a hybrid of flesh and steel, a warrior who has become one with his weapon. For the warrior himself, this exposure is a violation beyond words. The last time he saw the outside world, without the filtered perception of the dreadnought's senses, was before his internment, back when he still had eyes of flesh and blood. Now, those are long gone, replaced by the sensor pods and optical equipment that feed data directly into his brain. But he can still sense the change, can feel the difference in the air around his biological remnants, can detect through his remaining senses that the sanctity of his sarcophagus has been breached. He is exposed, vulnerable, helpless before the enemy in a way that no Space Marine should ever be. The mech boys do not understand what they have found, not really. They see a collection of meat and machinery, a biological component that somehow makes the whole dreadnought work. Their instinct is to poke and prod, to try to understand through direct experimentation. They touch things they should not touch, disconnect cables to see what happens, examine the amniotic fluids that sustain the warrior's remaining organs, with the critical eye of mechanics who have never seen anything quite like this before. Each touch, each casual manipulation of systems that have kept the warrior alive for millennia, sends new sensations of wrongness and violation through what remains of his nervous system. The psychological impact of this situation on the ancient warrior is almost impossible to overstate. He has existed for 10,000 years as a dreadnought. He has fought in countless battles, served through dozens or hundreds of campaigns, been consulted on matters of the utmost importance to his chapter. He carries within his mind actual memories of the Emperor, of the Great Crusade, of an age when humanity was ascendant and the Imperium was a gleaming beacon of hope rather than a slowly decaying corpse empire. Those memories have sustained him through millennia of existence in the half-life of a dreadnought, They have given his endless service meaning and purpose. They are proof that he once served something greater, something worth the terrible sacrifice of his humanity. And now he is being taken apart by orcs. Crude Xenos who understand nothing of the Emperor's vision, nothing of the Great Crusade's glory, nothing of the sacrifice and service that the Dreadnought represents. They see only a piece of loot, a curious machine to be examined and possibly repurposed for their own brutal ends. The ancient warrior's memories of standing in the Emperor's presence, of hearing the master of mankind's voice, of fighting in the greatest triumph of the Great Crusade, feel like they belong to someone else, to a different person in a different age. How can such glorious memories coexist with the degradation of the present moment? How can a consciousness that holds such treasures be reduced to this, to meat, in a jar being poured over by greenskins in a filthy workshop? The mech boys continue their examination. They are slowly piecing together how the Dreadnought works, understanding in their crude way that the biological component is somehow controlling the mechanical systems. This gives them ideas. If a living thing can pilot this machine, then perhaps an orc could pilot it. Perhaps they could remove the Imperial pilot and install one of their own, creating an orc dreadnought far superior to the ramshackle death dreads they normally use. The idea excites them. They begin discussing the possibility, gesturing animatedly as they plan how they might achieve such a thing. For the ancient warrior, this represents a new level of horror. It is one thing to be captured, to be examined, even to be killed. But the idea that these Xenos might try to remove him from his sarcophagus and install an orc in his place, that his 10,000-year-old war machine might be perverted into a vehicle for greenskin violence, is almost unbearable. He would rather the orcs destroyed the Dreadnought entirely than see it so debased. He would rather they killed him and used his remains for target practice than allow his sacred machine to be operated by an orc. But the warrior has no say in what happens next. He is helpless, his consciousness imprisoned in a body that consists of little more than a brain and a few vital organs. He cannot move, cannot speak except through vox systems the orcs have disconnected, cannot act in any way to influence his fate. All he can do is endure and hope that somehow, impossibly, his chapter will find him. He clings to that hope, even as the mech boys close the sarcophagus back up, even as they begin discussing how to make the whole machine more orky, even as they start planning modifications that will turn the sacred dreadnought into just another piece of greenskin technology. The mech boys decide that before they try anything as complicated as swapping out the pilot, they should first make sure they can actually operate the dreadnought. This means figuring out how to power it up and how to control its movements and weapons. They begin tracing power lines and control cables, trying to understand the logic of the system. This is complicated by the fact that Imperial technology is designed to be resistant to tampering, incorporating security measures and fail-safes that prevent unauthorized activation. The machine spirit of the Dreadnought, that semi-sentient presence that emerges from the interaction of ancient programming and consecrated components, actively resists orc attempts to control it. But orcs are nothing if not persistent. When subtle approaches fail, they resort to brute force. They bypass security systems by ripping out entire control boards and replacing them with crude orc equivalents. They override failsafes by simply disconnecting them. They solve the problem of incompatible power sources by connecting the Dreadnought to a massive generator that pumps energy into its systems with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer to the face. Sparks fly, warning lights flash, alarms that have not sounded in millennia suddenly begin wailing their electronic distress calls. And slowly, grudgingly, the Dreadnought begins to respond to orc commands. The ancient warrior feels his systems coming back online, but they respond to inputs he is not providing. He tries to assert control, to override the orc manipulations and take back command of his own body. But the mech boys have been thorough in their rewiring. His neural interfaces have been disconnected or rerouted. His control pathways have been interrupted. He is aware of everything that is happening, can feel the Dreadnought moving and responding, but he cannot direct those movements. He is a passenger in his own body, forced to experience the sensation of the orcs puppeting his war machine like some kind of grotesque toy. The mech boys get the dreadnought to take a few stumbling steps. They are delighted with this success, hooting and hollering as the ancient war machine lurches forward under their crude control. They attempt to activate the weapons systems, and after several failures, manage to get the assault cannon to spin up and fire a burst that tears through the wall of the workshop and probably kills several unfortunate Gretchen who were in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is deemed a rousing success. The mech boys congratulate themselves on their mechanical genius and begin planning the next phase of their work. That next phase involves making the dreadnought properly orky. The mech boys cannot simply use an Imperial war machine without modifying it to fit orc aesthetic sensibilities. This means adding more weapons, more armor, and most importantly, a proper paint job. They begin by bolting additional armor plates onto the dreadnought's exterior, heavy slabs of crude metal that add weight and bulk without providing much actual protection. They weld on weapon mounts for additional guns, planning to festoon the dreadnought with as much dakka as it can physically carry. They discuss what color to paint it, with blue being popular among Death Skulls for its lucky properties, though red is also considered because red makes things go faster, and a fast dreadnought would be truly terrifying. The actual painting process is conducted with about as much care and precision as one would expect from orcs. They do not sand down the surfaces, or apply primer, or use multiple thin coats. Instead, they slap on thick layers of paint with crude brushes, covering the dreadnought's sacred livery with garish orc colors. They paint crude glyphs and kill markings onto the armor. They add orc iconography, symbols of Gork and Mork, or clan markings, or just random designs that some mech boy thought looked good. By the time they are finished, the dreadnought barely resembles its original form. The colors and heraldry of its chapter are buried under layers of orc paint. The clean lines and purposeful design of Imperial engineering are obscured by haphazard additions and modifications. For the warrior inside, this desecration is a form of torture more effective than any physical pain could be. He has worn his chapter's colors for 10,000 years. Those colors represent his identity, his allegiance, his connection to brothers living and dead. They are symbols of everything he has fought for, everything he has sacrificed, everything that has given his endless existence meaning and purpose. And now, they are being painted over by Xenos, replaced with crude orc markings that mock everything the dreadnought represents. Each brushstroke feels like a violation. Each crude glyph added to his armor is another desecration of everything he holds sacred. The paint itself is thick and sticky, applied without primer or proper preparation, and the ancient warrior can sense through his external senses how it obscures the fine details of his original livery. The chapter heraldry that took skilled artificers weeks to apply, the honor markings that commemorate specific battles and achievements, the sacred seals that invoke the Emperor's protection, all of it disappearing under layers of garish orc colors. The colors themselves are offensive on multiple levels. The orcs have chosen a combination of blue and yellow, apparently believing that blue brings luck, while yellow makes things more shooty. These are not the dignified colors of his chapter, carefully chosen to honor traditions stretching back to the Great Crusade. These are the crude pigments of a species that understands aesthetics only in terms of how loud and garish something can be made. The blue is too bright, almost eye-searing in its intensity. The yellow clashes with it in ways that make the ancient warrior's optical senses register the color combination as actively unpleasant. But worse than the colors themselves are the symbols being painted onto his armor. Orc glyphs representing Gork and Mork, the green-skinned gods of cunning brutality and brutal cunning, respectively. Kill markings that the orcs are adding as if the dreadnought had made those kills while under their control. Crude drawings of shooters and choppers and other orc weapons, decorating the armor like graffiti on a sacred temple. And most insulting of all, the personal mark of the mech boy who claimed ownership, a symbol declaring to all who see it that this dreadnought now belongs to an orc. The ancient warrior tries to focus his thoughts elsewhere, to retreat into memories or tactical considerations or anything that might distract from the ongoing violation. But his senses will not allow him to ignore what is happening. He can feel the weight of the paint being added to his armor. He can detect the chemical composition of the pigments through his olfactory senses. He can see, when the mech boys step back to admire their work, exactly how his sacred war machine is being transformed from a revered relic into an orc trophy. And through it all, he keeps returning to thoughts of the Emperor. What would the master of mankind think if he could see one of his warriors in this state? Would he feel pity for the ancient warrior's predicament? Would he feel rage at the Xenos who dare to defile one of his servants? Or would he simply see the situation as another example of the galaxy's cruelty, another instance of how things have gone wrong since his internment on the Golden Throne? The ancient warrior likes to think that the Emperor would feel something, that this situation would matter to the being who once commanded the Great Crusade and promised humanity a glorious future. But he knows, in the deepest parts of his consciousness, where uncomfortable truths cannot be avoided, that the Emperor is no longer capable of such thoughts. The being who sits upon the Golden Throne, sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 psykers every day, maintaining the Astronomicon through sheer force of psychic will, is not the same person who stood before the assembled Astartes on Ulanor and spoke of enlightenment and unity. That Emperor, if he ever truly existed outside the ancient warrior's memories, is gone. What remains is something else, something that cannot concern itself with the fate of individual warriors, no matter how long they have served or how terrible their circumstances. This realization brings its own kind of pain. The ancient warrior has clung to his memories of the Emperor for 10,000 years, using them as an anchor point for his identity and a source of meaning for his existence. But what good are those memories when the being they commemorate no longer exists in the form remembered? What purpose does it serve to carry recollections of the Emperor's voice when that voice has been silent for millennia? What value is there in remembering the promise of a bright future when that future has been replaced with the grim darkness of the present? These are dangerous thoughts for a space marine to entertain, bordering on the kind of despair that the chaplains would call spiritual corruption. But the ancient warrior cannot help thinking them. His current situation, trapped in orc hands and being systematically debased, strips away the comfortable lies and self-deceptions that normally insulate consciousness from such dark conclusions. When everything you have built your identity around is being literally painted over by Xenos, when your connection to the past is being severed by crude greenskin hands, when your future consists of being paraded around as enemy loot, it becomes very difficult to maintain the fictions that usually make existence bearable. The mech boys finish their paint job and step back to admire their work. They grunt and gesture, clearly pleased with how the dreadnought now looks. To their eyes, they have taken something that was boringly imperial and made it properly orky, adding the right colors and symbols to transform it from enemy technology into legitimate loot. They argue briefly about whether they should add more decorations, perhaps some chains or skulls or other trophies, but eventually decide that the current configuration is acceptable for now. They can always add more dakka and bling later if the mood strikes them. For the ancient warrior, seeing himself through the dreadnought's external cameras and sensors, the transformation is complete. He no longer looks like a space marine dreadnought. He looks like an orc war machine, painted in their colors and marked with their symbols. The last visible connection to his chapter, to his past, to his identity as a servant of the Emperor, has been erased. What remains is a shell that looks like it belongs to the enemy, a body that bears no trace of the 10,000 years of service it represents. And yet, deep inside the sarcophagus, where his biological remains float in amniotic fluid, where his consciousness persists despite everything that has been done to his external form, the ancient warrior knows that he is still himself. The orcs can change his armor, can add their crude modifications, can paint over his chapter's colors, but they cannot change who he is. They cannot erase his memories of the Great Crusade. They cannot remove his knowledge of having stood in the Emperor's presence. They cannot touch the core of identity that makes him who he is, that defines him as more than just a war machine or a piece of orc loot. This knowledge becomes his lifeline, the one thing he can hold on to when everything else has been stripped away. He is still himself. No matter what the orcs do to his body, no matter how they modify or defile or repurpose his war machine, his consciousness remains his own. He is still the warrior who fought at Ulanor. He is still the space marine who heard the Emperor speak. He is still the ancient one who carries memories spanning 10 millennia. The orcs have his body, but they do not have him. Not really. Not the part that matters most. He tries to retreat into his memories, to find solace in the past when the present has become unbearable. He remembers Ulanor, remembers the feel of that world under his feet when he still had feet to feel with. The planet had been transformed into a massive orc fortress world, its surface covered with crude settlements and war factories that stretched from horizon to horizon. The sky had been choked with smoke from countless fires, the air thick with the sounds of industry and conflict even before the Imperial assault began. When the drop pods carrying the Space Marine legions crashed down onto that hostile soil, they came as angels of death, bringing the Emperor's judgment to a Xenos empire that had grown too large and too dangerous to ignore. The scale of the Ulanor Crusade had been unprecedented. Over 100,000 Space Marines deployed to a single world, representing multiple legions, working in coordination. The Lunar Wolves, the Blood, Angels, the Ultramarines, the White Scars, the Death Guard, and others, each bringing their unique approach to war, but all united under the Emperor's banner and the overall strategy he had devised. The ancient warrior had been part of this great host, one Space Marine among hundreds of thousands, yet he had felt singularly honored to participate in what everyone understood would be the defining battle of the Great Crusade. He remembers the sounds of battle, the thunder of artillery that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world, the distinctive crack of bolt rounds detonating in orc flesh, the roar of jump packs as assault marines descended on enemy positions from above. He remembers the sight of titans striding across the battlefield, god machines whose very footsteps left craters, their weapons laying waste to entire orc formations with single salvos. He remembers the endless tide of green bodies, orcs rushing forward with that characteristic mixture of enthusiasm and recklessness that made them such dangerous opponents. And he remembers the methodical way the Space Marine legions cut them down, turning orc aggression against itself through superior tactics and discipline. But more than anything, more than all the tactical details and strategic movements and specific engagements, he remembers seeing the Emperor. Not from a distance, not as a golden figure barely visible across a battlefield, but actually close enough to perceive details, to see the master of mankind as something more than just a symbol. The Emperor had led from the front during key engagements, his presence on the battlefield serving to inspire the Imperial forces and dismay the enemy. The ancient warrior had been among the Space Marines providing close support during one such engagement, fighting alongside the Emperor himself against an orc formation that had managed to create a salient in the Imperial lines. The memory of that experience remains vivid, even after 10,000 years, preserved with a clarity that other recollections lack. The Emperor had been magnificent in his wrath, a being of such power and presence that reality itself seemed to bend around him. He had wielded weapons that made the equipment carried by Space Marines look like toys by comparison, and he had fought with a skill and ferocity that transcended anything the ancient warrior had ever witnessed. Orcs had died in their hundreds, their primitive weapons unable to penetrate the Emperor's armor, their crude tactics no match for his strategic genius. their numbers meaningless in the face of his overwhelming might. But it was not just the emperor's combat prowess that had impressed the ancient warrior. It was the sense of purpose, the absolute certainty that radiated from him like heat from a star. When the emperor spoke, his voice carried an authority that made obedience feel not like submission, but like willing participation in something greater than oneself. When he issued orders, they came, with such clear strategic reasoning that following them felt like the only rational course of action. And when he looked at his space marines, when his attention fell upon the warriors who fought in his name, there was a quality to that gaze that made each one feel simultaneously insignificant compared to his grandeur, and yet vitally important to his plans. The ancient warrior remembers the emperor speaking to the assembled Astartes after the final victory on Ulanor. They had gathered in their hundreds of thousands, a sea of power-armored warriors representing the pinnacle of human military achievement. The emperor had stood before them, his golden armor shining in the light of Ulanor's sun, and he had spoken of what they had accomplished and what yet remained to be done. He had praised their courage and their skill, acknowledging the sacrifices made and the challenges overcome. He had outlined his vision for the Imperium, describing a future where humanity would be united under a single banner, where superstition and ignorance would be replaced by reason and enlightenment, where mankind would take its rightful place as the dominant species in the galaxy. The ancient warrior had believed every word. Standing in that vast assembly, surrounded by brothers who had fought through the greatest battle the galaxy had ever seen, listening to the emperor describe the destiny that awaited humanity, it had been impossible not to believe. The future the emperor described was glorious, rational, achievable. It was a vision worth fighting for, worth dying for, worth sacrificing everything to achieve. And the emperor himself, the being who stood before them radiating power and certainty, seemed capable of making that vision reality through sheer force of will. How naive that belief seems now. How tragically optimistic those dreams of enlightenment and unity appear from the perspective of the 41st millennium. The ancient warrior knows what happened next in the grand sweep of history. He knows that shortly after Ulanor, the emperor withdrew from the Great Crusade to pursue his secret project on Terra, appointing Horus as war master to command the continuing expansion. He knows that this decision, this seeming abandonment of the Great Crusade by its architect, planted seeds of resentment and doubt among the Primarchs. He knows that those seeds eventually grew into the Horus heresy, the catastrophic civil war that tore the Imperium apart and turned brother against brother. He knows that the emperor never completed his great work, never achieved the vision he outlined on Ulanor. Instead of enlightenment, the Imperium descended into religious fanaticism, worshipping the emperor as a god despite his own hatred of religion. Instead of unity, humanity remains fragmented and divided, the Imperium controlling vast swaths of the galaxy, but always on the defensive, always beset by enemies on all sides. Instead of the bright future the emperor promised, there is only the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and the slow decay of everything humanity once hoped to achieve. And yet, despite knowing all this, despite understanding how completely the emperor's vision has failed to materialize, the ancient warrior still cherishes those memories of Ulanor. He still holds on to the recollection of seeing the emperor in his glory, of hearing his voice describe a better future, of feeling certain that humanity's destiny lay in greatness rather than mere survival. Those memories represent something precious, a connection to a time when hope was real and victory seemed possible. They are proof that he once served something greater than the grinding, thankless warfare that characterizes the present age. They are evidence that the Imperium was founded on genuine ideals, rather than just the brutal pragmatism that sustains it now. But those precious memories are being tainted by his current situation. How can he take pride in having stood in the Emperor's presence when he is now being pawed over by orc mech boys? How can he value his service at Ulanor when that service has led him to this degrading end? The contrast between the glory of the past and the horror of the present is almost unbearable. A cognitive dissonance that threatens to fracture his consciousness if he dwells on it too long. So he tries not to dwell on it. He tries to compartmentalize, to keep his memories of the Emperor separate from his awareness of his current predicament, to maintain some mental space where the past remains unsullied by the present. The irony is not lost on him. He has survived for 10,000 years, endured through the Horus heresy and the scouring and the millennia of slow decline that followed, only to end up in this situation. All that time, all that sacrifice, all those memories of glory and purpose, reduced to this degrading end. If he still possessed the physical capacity to weep, he would. If he could speak without the Vox systems the Orcs have disabled, he would scream his rage and despair to anyone who might listen. But he can do neither. He can only endure, trapped in silence and helplessness, while the Orcs continue their work. The mech boys eventually complete their modifications. The dreadnought is now thoroughly orcified, covered in additional armor and weapons, painted in garish colors, decorated with crude glyphs and trophies. They stand back to admire their handiwork, arguing good-naturedly about whether they should add more Dakar or if the current configuration is sufficiently impressive. The biggest mech boy, the one who claimed primary ownership of this prize, declares that it is time to test their creation properly. They will take it to the fighting pits, have it battle against other Orc war machines, and see if all their modifications have produced something truly worthy of being called proper loot. But there is one problem. The dreadnought still responds sluggishly to Orc controls, the machine spirit resisting their attempts at manipulation even after all the rewiring and modifications. The mech boy makes a decision. They are going to try reconnecting the original pilot's neural interfaces, seeing if they can force him to operate the dreadnought, while an Orc provides oversight and direction. It is a compromise solution, using the Imperial pilot's connection to the machine, but keeping Orc hands on the actual control systems. They open the sarcophagus again and begin reconnecting cables and neural interface ports. The sensation for the ancient warrior is overwhelming. Systems that have been dark suddenly flood back online. His senses expand dramatically as the dreadnaught's sensors reconnect to his consciousness. He can see again, not just the limited view provided by emergency systems, but the full awareness of the dreadnaught's visual and auspex arrays. He can feel the weight and balance of the war machine, can sense the weapons and their ammunition loads, can detect every modification and addition the Orcs have made to his body. And for just a moment, he considers rebellion. With his systems back online, with control pathways reconnected, perhaps he could override the Orc command inputs. Perhaps he could activate his weapons and turn them on his captors, spending his last moments taking as many greenskins with him as possible before they shut him down permanently. It would be a worthy end, a final act of defiance that would at least salvage some honor from this degrading situation. But before he can act on this impulse, the mech boys finish their work. They have installed crude limiters and overrides on his neural interfaces, systems that monitor his inputs and can shut him down if he attempts anything the Orcs do not want. They have essentially turned him into a slave, forced to operate his own war machine, but under constant supervision and control. He can move the dreadnought, can activate its weapons, but only when and how the Orcs direct. Any attempt at independent action results in overwhelming pain as the crude Orc overrides punish what they interpret as defiance. This is the final degradation, the ultimate humiliation. The ancient warrior is now an unwilling servant of the Orcs, forced to operate his own sacred war machine in service to the Xenos he has fought against for 10,000 years. His chapter's colors are buried under Orc paint. His weapons are supplemented with crude greenskin Dakar. His every movement is monitored and controlled by beings that represent everything he has spent his existence fighting against. He is a prisoner, a slave, a trophy that has been made to serve its captors. And yet, even in this darkest moment, the warrior does not surrender hope entirely, because he knows something that the orcs do not. He knows that his chapter will be looking for him. Space Marine. Chapters do not abandon their dreadnoughts lightly. These ancient warriors are too valuable, too important, too sacred to leave in enemy hands if there is any possibility of recovery. The chapter's tech marines will be using every resource at their disposal to locate their lost brother. The chapter master will be coordinating rescue operations, planning strikes against orc positions to find and recover the missing dreadnought. His battle brothers will be scouring the war zone, investigating every lead and following every rumor that might point the way to their ancient comrade. The process of locating a missing dreadnought is complicated by numerous factors. The battlefield where he was lost may be vast and chaotic, with dozens or hundreds of orc warbands operating in the area. The orcs themselves are constantly on the move, fighting each other and looting anything they can find, which means the dreadnought could be in any of dozens of different orc camps or workshops. The chapter must also balance the desire to recover their ancient brother with the practical necessities of the campaign, unable to devote unlimited resources to a single rescue operation, no matter how important the target. But Space Marines are nothing if not persistent. They will not give up. As long as there is any chance that their brother still lives, they will launch raids against orc positions, interrogate captured greenskins, track the movement of orc mobs through the war zone. They will search tirelessly, driven by the knowledge that every moment their brother remains in orc hands is another moment of degradation and horror for a warrior who has served the Emperor for 10 millennia. The ancient warrior clings to this knowledge like a drowning man clings to driftwood. His chapter will come for him. They will find him. They will rescue him from this nightmare and return him to the honored halls where he belongs. He holds on to this hope, even as the orcs parade him through their camp, showing off their prize to other greenskins who grunt and jeer and make crude comments about the puny Humie trapped inside the big metal body. He holds on to it, even when they force him to fight in their brutal pit matches, making him battle against other orc war machines while they bet on the outcome and laugh at the spectacle. Those pit fights are particularly horrifying. The ancient warrior is forced to fight against death dreads and looted vehicles, and all manner of orc war machines, his sophisticated systems pitted against crude greenskin engineering. He could easily win these fights if he were allowed to fight properly, to use his 10,000 years of tactical experience and combat expertise. But the orc overrides limit him, force him to fight in specific ways that make the match more entertaining for the watching greenskins. He must pull his blows, must avoid killing strikes, must drag out the combat to provide maximum spectacle. It is degrading and humiliating, reducing a veteran of the Great Crusade to a performing animal for orc amusement. And all the while, the ancient warrior can feel pieces of himself slipping away. The neural interfaces that connect him to the dreadnought were never designed to be tampered with in this way. The crude orc modifications are causing damage, subtle but cumulative, to the delicate systems that keep his consciousness intact. His memories are beginning to fragment more severely than the normal slow decay of millennial existence. Events blur together. Names and faces fade more quickly than they should. Even his treasured memories of the Emperor are becoming less distinct, like images seen through murky water. He knows what is happening. The orc modifications are killing him, not quickly, but slowly and inexorably. If he remains in their hands much longer, the damage will become irreparable. Even if his chapter manages to rescue him, even if they can restore him to proper functioning, he may find that too much has been lost. The ancient warrior who fought at Ulanor, who stood in the Emperor's presence, who carries memories spanning 10,000 years, might be reduced to a hollow shell with nothing left but fragments and shadows. But rescue does come, eventually. The chapter's relentless searching pays off. They locate the orc camp where the ancient warrior is being held, piecing together intelligence from multiple sources to pinpoint his location. Interrogated orc prisoners, when they can be made to talk before their natural belligerence leads to their deaths, provide fragments of information about a big prize the mech boys are working on. Reconnaissance operations identify unusual activity in a particular orc settlement, the kind of concentrated effort that suggests something important is being worked on. Long-range Auspex scans detect energy signatures consistent with dreadnought power systems, buried among the cruder orc technology, but still distinct enough to be identified by trained tech marines. The chapter master weighs the information carefully. Mounting a rescue operation into the heart of orc-controlled territory is risky. It will require committing significant resources, pulling assets away from other operations that are themselves critical to the overall campaign. There is no guarantee of success. The orcs might detect the incoming force and destroy the dreadnought rather than allow it to be recaptured. The ancient warrior might already be dead, his consciousness finally unable to sustain itself through the trauma of captivity. The intelligence might be wrong, leading the rescue force into a trap or a wild goose chase while the actual dreadnought remains hidden elsewhere. But despite all these risks, despite the strategic arguments against committing to this operation, the chapter master gives the order to proceed. This is not a decision made purely on tactical grounds. This is a matter of honor, of faith, of the values that define what it means to be a space marine. A brother is in enemy hands. A warrior who has served the Emperor for 10,000 years, who fought in the Great Crusade itself, who carries within his consciousness memories that span the entire history of the Imperium, is being held by Xenos. There is no calculation of risk versus reward that makes abandoning him acceptable. There is only the imperative to recover him, to bring him home, to ensure that his sacrifice and service are honored rather than ending in degradation and captivity. The rescue force is assembled with care. The chapter commits a full battle company to the operation, over 100 space marines who will form the core of the assault. They are supported by scouts who will provide reconnaissance and identify the best approach routes. Assault marines are included for their mobility and close-quarters combat capability. A tech marine is detailed specifically for the task of securing and extracting the dreadnought once it is located. And commanding the entire operation is a veteran captain, a warrior whose tactical acumen is matched by his understanding of what this rescue means to the chapter. The planning phase is thorough and meticulous. The captain and his staff study every piece of intelligence about the orc camp, identifying defensive positions, mapping out patrol routes, determining where the dreadnought is most likely being held. They consider multiple approach vectors, weighing the advantages of speed against the need for stealth. They develop contingency plans for various scenarios. What if the orcs are more numerous than expected? What if the dreadnought is too damaged to move under its own power? What if the enemy has set up the entire situation as a trap? They prepare for everything they can anticipate, knowing that no plan survives contact with the enemy, but that thorough preparation increases the chances of success. The approach to the orc camp is conducted under cover of darkness, using the natural terrain to mask their movements. The scouts go first, eliminating orc sentries with silenced weapons and close-quarters kills that leave no survivors to raise the alarm. The main force follows behind them, moving with practiced silence despite the weight of their power armor. They bypass several orc outposts, choosing routes that avoid detection rather than fighting through every obstacle. Speed and surprise are more important than total elimination of threats. The objective is not to conquer the orc camp, but to extract their ancient brother before the enemy can react. The final approach brings them to the edge of the camp. From their position, the Space Marines can see the ramshackle structures that pass for orc architecture. Crude buildings thrown together from scrap metal and whatever materials were available. Smoke rises from fires and forges scattered throughout the settlement. The sounds of orc activity fill the air, the constant background noise of a species that never truly rests. And somewhere in that chaotic sprawl of Xenos civilization is their ancient brother, waiting in darkness and hoping for rescue that might never come. The captain gives the order. Drop pods slam down into the center of the camp with the thunder of controlled atmospheric entry. The impact alone destroys several orc structures, crushing them beneath tons of armored ceramite. Hatches blow open with explosive force, and Space Marines pour out into the enemy camp like avenging angels. Bolters open fire immediately, the distinctive crack of mass-reactive rounds detonating in orc flesh audible even over the chaos of the assault. Flamers wash over enemy positions, turning greenskins into screaming torches. The attack is sudden, overwhelming, and utterly ruthless. The orcs respond with characteristic aggression, grabbing whatever weapons are close at hand and rushing toward the invaders with more enthusiasm than tactical sense. They boil out of their crude barracks and workshops, some fully armed and armored, others barely dressed and wielding improvised weapons. They charge forward with their distinctive battle cry, that guttural roar that has presaged violence on 1,000 worlds across the galaxy. They are numerous, they are fierce, and they are completely unprepared for the coordinated assault of a full Space Marine battle company. The fighting is intense, but one-sided. Space Marines are individually superior to orcs in nearly every measurable way. Their armor is better, their weapons more effective, their training more comprehensive, their discipline unshakable, where an orc relies on size and aggression to carry the day. A Space Marine fights with practiced precision, every shot placed to maximize effect, every movement calculated to maintain tactical advantage. The numerical superiority the orcs might normally enjoy is negated by the surprise of the attack and the Space Marines' methodical advance through the camp. But numbers still matter, and the orcs have them in abundance. For every greenskin that falls, 2 more seem to appear from the sprawling camp. The Space Marines find themselves fighting not just the warriors who were initially present, but reinforcements arriving from other parts of the settlement, drawn by the sounds of battle and the promise of a good fight. The tactical situation threatens to devolve from a precision strike into a grinding melee, exactly the kind of engagement the rescue force was supposed to avoid. The captain makes a critical decision. He splits his force, leaving a strong holding element to maintain the perimeter and buying time while the strike team pushes deeper into the camp. The holding force digs in, creating defensive positions from the wreckage of destroyed orc structures, establishing fields of fire that turn the approaches into killing grounds. They are outnumbered, but they are Space Marines, and they hold their ground with the grim determination that has characterized the Adeptus Astartes for 10,000 years. Meanwhile, the strike team advances toward the workshop, where intelligence suggests the dreadnought is being held. They move quickly, cutting through orc resistance with brutal efficiency. They bypass fights that would slow them down, leaving isolated pockets of enemies for the holding force to deal with. Their objective is singular and clear: reach the workshop, secure the dreadnought, and get out before the orcs can organize a coordinated counterattack that might overwhelm even Space Marine capabilities. They find resistance heaviest near the workshop itself. The mech boys who claim the dreadnought have stationed guards around their prize, orc warriors larger and better equipped than the mob that makes up most of the camp's population. These are the mech boys' personal retinue, greenskins who have thrown their lot in with the technical specialist in exchange for access to better weapons and equipment. They fight with the ferocity of orcs, combined with an unusual degree of coordination, actually working together to create defensive positions, rather than just charging forward individually. The strike team encounters heavy weapons fire. Big shooters rattle out streams of rounds that spark against ceramite armor. Rockets whoosh through the air, their crude guidance systems making them unpredictable but still dangerous. A Death Dread, one of the orc equivalents to an Imperial dreadnought, stomps forward with weapons blazing, its orc pilot gleefully opening fire on the Space Marines. The scene devolves into close-quarters chaos, the kind of intense firefight where individual acts of heroism and split-second decisions determine who lives and who dies. A Space Marine goes down, his armor breached by concentrated fire, servos sparked and inoperative. Another takes a rocket to the chest, the blast sending him staggering back, but his armor holding against the crude munition. The Tech Marine, essential to extracting the dreadnought, narrowly avoids being crushed by the Death Dread, rolling aside at the last moment while other Space Marines target the Orc war machine with concentrated fire. The fighting is vicious and desperate, both sides knowing that control of the workshop and its precious prize could determine the outcome of the entire operation. The Orcs respond with their characteristic enthusiasm for violence. They pour out of their ramshackle buildings, grabbing whatever weapons are at hand, howling their crude battle cries. The camp erupts into chaos as Space Marines and Orcs clash in brutal close-quarters combat. Buildings burn. Explosions rock the ground. The air fills with the thunder of gunfire and the screams of the dying. Through it all, the Space Marines advance with methodical precision toward their objective. The ancient warrior can sense the battle through his senses. He recognizes the sounds of bolter fire, the distinctive crack of explosive rounds detonating in flesh. He knows those are his brothers fighting out there, coming to rescue him from his captivity. Hope surges through his consciousness for the first time in however long he has been in Orc hands. They have come for him. They have not abandoned him. Even after everything he has endured, his chapter still values him enough to risk this operation. The mech boys who claimed ownership of the dreadnought realize what is happening. They try to activate him, to use their prize in the defense of the camp. But the ancient warrior, seeing his chance, fights against the Orc control systems with everything he has. He knows the pain will be overwhelming, knows that the crude overrides will punish his defiance, but he does not care. His brothers are here. He will not, cannot allow himself to be used as a weapon against them. He would rather suffer any torture than harm his own chapter. The Orcs curse and slam their crude controls, trying to force the dreadnought into action. Warning lights flash across the sarcophagus as the ancient warrior's resistance triggers the punishment protocols the mech boys installed. Pain, abstract and terrible, floods through what remains of his nervous system. But he endures it. He has endured worse. He has survived 10,000 years of existence as a dreadnought, has carried the weight of memories from the Great Crusade, has maintained his identity through millennia that would have destroyed lesser minds. He can endure this too. The Space Marines breach the workshop where the dreadnought is being held. They cut down the mech boys with precise bursts of bolter fire, their weapons speaking the Emperor's judgment against those who would dare defile one of his ancient servants. A tech marine rushes forward to examine the captured dreadnought, his augmented eyes scanning the desecration the Orcs have performed, his mechadendrites already reaching out to begin disconnecting the crude Orc modifications. The ancient warrior feels gentle, knowing hands working on his systems. These are not the crude probings of Orc mech boys, but the precise manipulations of a trained tech marine, someone who understands the sacred mysteries of the dreadnought's construction. The Orc overrides are carefully removed. The crude control systems are disconnected and discarded. Slowly, methodically, the tech marine works to restore the dreadnought to something approaching proper function. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the ancient warrior feels his control pathways fully restore. He can move freely again, can activate his weapons without Orc interference. For the first time since his capture, he is truly himself again, a Space Marine dreadnought rather than an Orc puppet. He takes a tentative step forward, feeling the familiar weight and balance of his war machine responding to his will. The sensation is indescribable after the horror of being controlled by Xenos. The tech marine steps back, his work for the moment complete. The ancient warrior looks around the Orc workshop through his visual senses, seeing the crude tools and ramshackle equipment that were used to defile his sacred form. He feels rage building in his consciousness, a cold and terrible anger at what was done to him. But there is no time for vengeance now. The Space Marines are already preparing to withdraw, having accomplished their objective. The ancient warrior is loaded onto a transport for extraction, surrounded by battle brothers who stand guard to ensure no Orc attack can reclaim their prize. As the transport lifts off and the Orc camp recedes below them, the ancient warrior has time to truly process what he has endured. He has been captured by Orcs, examined and modified like a piece of scrap metal, forced to serve as their puppet and their entertainment. He has experienced degradation that no space marine should ever have to endure. The memory of it will haunt him for however long his consciousness endures, a stain on his honor that can never be fully erased. But he also knows that he survived. Despite everything the orcs did to him, despite the modifications and the control systems and the forced pit fights, his core identity remained intact. He is still himself, still the ancient warrior who fought at Ullanor, still the consciousness that carries memories of the Emperor and the Great Crusade. The orcs may have defiled his body, may have forced him to serve their crude purposes, but they could not break his spirit. In that, at least, he has achieved a kind of victory. The journey back to the chapter's fortress monastery is long enough for the ancient warrior to truly take stock of the damage. The Tech Marine's initial work has restored basic function, but the dreadnought will require extensive repairs to return it to proper operational status. The orc modifications have left their mark, crude additions that must be carefully removed and replaced with proper Imperial components. The paint job will need to be stripped entirely, the sacred livery of the chapter restored to its rightful place. And most concerning, the neural interfaces have been damaged in ways that might not be fully repairable. When they finally arrive at the fortress monastery, the ancient warrior is taken immediately to the Tech Marine's workshops. This is a very different place from the orc mech shop where he was held captive. Here, everything is precise and orderly. Sacred tools hang in their proper places. Blessed unguents and holy oils stand ready for use. Servo skulls drift through the air, their sensor arrays recording every detail for the chapter's archives. This is where the true work of restoration will begin. The Tech Marines approach their task with reverence and care. They understand that they are working not just on a piece of equipment, but on a revered brother, an ancient warrior who has served the chapter and the Emperor for 10,000 years. They begin by carefully documenting everything the orcs did, recording the modifications and desecrations, both for practical purposes and to ensure that such violations are not forgotten. Then, they begin the painstaking process of undoing the damage. The orc additions are removed with great care. Each crude armor plate, each bolted-on weapon mount, each garish decoration is taken off and set aside. Some of the components will be kept, not for use, but as evidence of what was done, relics of a dark chapter in the ancient warrior's long existence. The paint is stripped using sacred solvents and blessed tools, revealing underneath the original livery that marked this dreadnought as an honored servant of the chapter. Layer by layer, the orcification is undone, and the dreadnought begins to look like itself again. But some damage cannot be so easily repaired. The neural interfaces that the orcs tampered with are complex and delicate, their function dependent on precise calibration and careful maintenance. The crude orc overrides cause damage at the microscopic level, severing connections and corrupting systems in ways that even the chapter's most skilled Tech Marines struggle to fully understand. They do their best, replacing damaged components and recalibrating systems, but they cannot restore everything to how it was before. Some of the ancient warrior's sensory acuity is permanently diminished. Some of his control pathways remain slightly impaired, and some of his memories, already fragmented by millennia of existence, have been damaged further by the trauma of what he endured. The psychological impact of his captivity is harder to assess and impossible to fully repair. The ancient warrior finds himself haunted by memories of his time in orc hands. He dreams, when the Tech Marines put him into dormancy for maintenance, of mech boys pouring at his sarcophagus. He experiences phantom sensations of orc control systems overriding his will. He finds himself tensing whenever he hears certain sounds that remind him of the workshop where he was held. This is not something that can be fixed with replacement parts or recalibration. This is damage to the consciousness itself, wounds to the spirit that even the most advanced Imperial technology cannot heal. The chapter's chaplains visit him during his restoration, offering words of comfort and reminders of his duty. They assure him that what happened was not his fault. that no dishonor attaches to a warrior who is captured and forced to endure enemy captivity. They remind him of his service, of his long history of faithfulness to the emperor and the chapter, of the value his continued existence represents. They tell him that he is still needed, still valued, still a vital part of the chapter's heritage and identity. These words help, providing some measure of comfort, but they cannot erase what happened or make the memories less painful. When the restoration is finally complete, when the last orc modification has been removed and the last system recalibrated, the ancient warrior is returned to the halls where the chapter's dreadnoughts rest between deployments. He takes his place among his fellow ancient ones, these warriors who have endured for centuries or millennia in service to the emperor. They greet his return with what passes for joy among those who have lost so much of their humanity to time and transformation. They understand what he has endured because they too have suffered their own trials and tribulations across the long years. But the ancient warrior finds that he is changed in ways both subtle and profound. His time in orc captivity has left marks that go deeper than physical damage. He finds himself less willing to speak of the glory days of the Great Crusade, less eager to share his memories of the Emperor. Those memories feel tainted now, contaminated by association with the degradation he suffered. How can he speak of standing in the Emperor's presence when he also carries memories of being paraded through an orc camp like a trained animal? How can he take pride in his service at Ulanor when he also remembers being forced to fight in greenskin pit matches for their amusement? He also finds himself struggling with a kind of fear he has never experienced before in his long existence. The thought of being deployed to battle against orcs fills him with something approaching dread. He knows intellectually that the chances of being captured again are minuscule, that his chapter will never again allow him to be in a situation where such an outcome is possible. But the rational knowledge does not prevent the visceral reaction, the spike of something like panic when he contemplates facing greenskins on the battlefield. The chapter's chaplains work with him on these issues, helping him to process what happened and integrate it into his understanding of himself. They remind him that even the greatest warriors can experience fear, that acknowledging such emotions is not weakness, but wisdom. They encourage him to view his survival as a testament to his strength rather than his captivity as a mark of shame. Slowly, over the course of months and years, the ancient warrior begins to heal psychologically, even as his physical restoration is completed. Eventually, inevitably, he is called to battle again. The chapter faces a threat that requires the deployment of its dreadnoughts, and the ancient warrior is among those chosen to fight. He awakens from dormancy to find that the enemy is not orcs, but Chaos Space Marines, traitors who have turned from the Emperor's light to serve the dark gods. This comes as a relief. He is ready to fight, ready to prove to himself and others that his captivity has not broken him, but he is grateful that his first deployment will not force him to immediately confront the source of his trauma. The battle is fierce, as all battles in the grim darkness of the far future tend to be. The ancient warrior fights with the skill and ferocity that has characterized his service for 10,000 years. His weapons speak death to the traitors. His armor turns aside their attacks. He moves through the battlefield like the walking embodiment of the Emperor's wrath, crushing heretics beneath his feet and shredding them with his assault cannon. To his battle brothers, he appears unchanged, still the same ancient and revered warrior he has always been. But inside his sarcophagus, the ancient warrior knows the truth. He is changed. His time in orc captivity has left scars that will never fully heal. His memories of the Emperor and the Great Crusade, once sources of pure pride and inspiration, are now complicated by association with more recent trauma. He is not broken, but he is not the same either. He has been tested in a way few warriors ever are, forced to endure degradation and helplessness while maintaining his sanity and identity. He has survived, and in that survival found a strength he did not know he possessed. As he fights, as his weapons tear through enemy ranks, and his armor deflects incoming fire, the ancient warrior makes a decision. He will not allow what happened to him to define him. He will not let the orcs have that victory. He is more than his captivity, more than the sum of his traumas. He is a warrior who fought at Ulanor, who stood in the Emperor's presence, who has served faithfully for 10,000 years. Those truths are more fundamental to his identity than anything the orcs did to him. He will carry the memories of his captivity, yes, but he will carry them as he carries all his other memories, as parts of a whole that is larger than any single experience. The battle ends in Imperial victory. The Chaos Space Marines are driven back, their forces shattered and scattered. The ancient warrior and his battle brothers stand victorious on a field of the dead, their duty done, their honor intact. As he is prepared for the return to dormancy, as the Tech Marines begin the rituals that will send him back into the dreamless sleep between deployments, the ancient warrior allows himself a moment of satisfaction. He has fought again. He has proven that he is still the warrior he always was. The orcs may have captured his body for a time, but they could not capture his spirit. That remains, as it has always been, in service to the Emperor and the Imperium. And in the end, perhaps that is the lesson of this entire ordeal. The true measure of a warrior is not whether he falls, but whether he rises again. The ancient warrior fell into orc hands, endured degradation and horror, suffered in ways no space marine should ever have to suffer. But he survived. He was rescued. He was restored. And he returned to battle, carrying with him not just the scars of his ordeal, but also the knowledge that he has the strength to endure even the most nightmarish situations imaginable. His story becomes a part of the chapter's lore, whispered among the battle brothers as a reminder of both the dangers they face and the resilience they possess. It is a tale of horror, yes, but also a tale of survival and recovery. It speaks to the importance of never abandoning fallen brothers, of fighting to recover them no matter the odds. It demonstrates the value the chapter places on its dreadnoughts, these ancient warriors who serve as living links to the past. And it reminds everyone who hears it that even in the grim darkness of the far future, even when facing fates that transcend death, the human spirit, even one housed in a machine and sustained for millennia, can endure. The ancient warrior continues his service, awakening for battles across the centuries that follow. Each time he emerges from dormancy, he finds a galaxy that has changed in small ways, enemies that evolve and adapt, battles that require the wisdom of experience and the strength of ancient resolve. He fights against orcs again, eventually, and finds that his fear has transformed into something else. Not hatred, precisely, for that would give the Xenos too much power over his thoughts, but a cold determination to ensure that what happened to him never happens to another of his brothers. When he faces greenskins on the battlefield, he fights with particular ferocity, driven by memories of captivity transformed into fuel for vengeance. So if you found this exploration of what happens when orcs capture a dreadnought who met the Emperor enlightening, if you enjoyed diving deep into this nightmare scenario and understanding the full horror and ultimate resilience it represents, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. There are more stories from the grim darkness of the far future waiting to be told. More explorations of the lore and legends that make Warhammer 40,000 such a rich and compelling universe. The Ancient Warrior's tale is just one among countless others, each one a testament to the endurance of the human spirit even in the face of overwhelming darkness. Thanks for listening, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But there is also the stubborn refusal to surrender that keeps humanity fighting against impossible odds. In the sprawling darkness of the 41st millennium, scattered across 1,000,000 battle-scarred worlds and buried deep within fortress monasteries that have weathered 10,000 years of war, there exist beings who walked alongside gods. These are not the resurrected Primarchs who have recently returned to lead their legions, nor are they the whispered legends of perpetuals who might still lurk in shadow. They are the ancient dreadnoughts, the entombed warriors whose mortal lives began when the Emperor of mankind still strode among his creations, when the galaxy burned bright with the hope of reunification, and when the Great Crusade promised humanity a golden future among the stars. These walking tombs of ceramite and adamantium contain within their armored sarcophagi the last living witnesses to an age that has passed into myth. They fought beside the Emperor himself. They heard his voice echo across battlefields where the fate of worlds hung in balance. They stood in his presence, basked in whatever passed for his regard, and carried out his grand vision for the future of mankind. They are, in every meaningful sense, the Imperium's living link to its founding days, the final threads connecting the grim present to a past that grows hazier with each passing century. Yet ask these ancients what the Emperor was truly like, and you will find only silence. Press them for details about his personality, his mannerisms, the particular way he moved or spoke or regarded those around him, and the ancient warriors who can recall with crystalline clarity the exact disposition of enemy forces on battlefields fought 8,000 years ago will suddenly grow vague and distant. They might speak in broad generalities about his majesty, his wisdom, his terrible power. They will recount the strategies he employed, the victories he achieved, the way entire armies would break before the mere sight of him. But ask them to describe the man himself, the being behind the legend, and the conversation will inevitably drift elsewhere, guided by hands that have become more machine than flesh, towards safer waters and less troubling shores. This is not coincidence. This is not the simple forgetfulness of beings who have lived too long and seen too much. The silence of the ancient dreadnoughts regarding the Emperor's true nature is born from a confluence of factors that cut to the very heart of what it means to be a dreadnought, what it meant to serve alongside the Emperor during the Great Crusade, and what happens to memory itself when consciousness is trapped within a metal shell for 10,000 years. It is a silence born from tragedy, from the cruel mechanics of their half-life existence, from the nature of the Emperor himself, and from the desperate need to preserve what little humanity still flickers within their ancient forms. To understand why these venerable warriors refuse or are unable to describe what the Emperor was really like, we must first understand what they have become, the terrible price they paid for their continuation, and the slow erosion of everything that once made them who they were. We must descend into the darkness of their existence, walk through the corridors of their fading memories, and confront the horrifying reality that sometimes the greatest honor can be the cruelest curse. Only then can we comprehend why the Imperium's most precious living, links to its founding age, guard their silence as fiercely as they guard the battle standards of their chapters, and why perhaps that silence is the kindest mercy they can offer to a galaxy that desperately needs them to remember what they are so desperately trying to forget. The Walking Tombs. Understanding what a dreadnought truly is. To comprehend why ancient dreadnoughts cannot or will not speak of the Emperor, one must first understand the nightmarish reality of what they have become. The Imperium speaks of dreadnought interment in terms of honor and continuation, painting it as the ultimate reward for those space marines whose service has been exemplary, whose wounds would otherwise claim their lives. They are told, as their broken bodies are carried from the battlefield, that they will continue to serve, that death need not be the end of their war against the enemies of mankind. The chapter's tech marines and chaplains speak solemnly of the privilege, of joining the ranks of the ancient ones, of becoming living history wrapped in blessed metal and consecrated machinery. But this is propaganda, a necessary fiction to make bearable what is, in truth, one of the most horrifying fates that can befall a space marine. The reality of dreadnought interment is surgical butchery performed on the knife's edge between life and death, a process so traumatic that it can kill through shock alone, even for beings whose bodies have been genetically modified to endure unimaginable punishment. When a Space Marine's body has been catastrophically damaged, when apothecaries have exhausted every other option for preserving life, when the choice comes down to merciful death or this final, desperate measure, the process of creating a dreadnought begins. The Space Marine, barely clinging to consciousness, his body a ruin of shattered bone and torn flesh, is prepared for the rites of interment. What remains of his ruined form is stripped away with brutal efficiency. Limbs that can no longer serve are removed. Organs that have failed are extracted. The flesh that once allowed him to feel the wind on his face, the weight of a bolter in his hands, the brotherhood of battle brothers standing shoulder to shoulder in the shield wall, all of this is cut away until what remains is barely recognizable as having once been human. A brain, perhaps a few vital organs floating in nutrient solution, a consciousness screaming in agony as neural connectors are driven directly into grey matter, with a precision that would make even the most skilled chirurgeon's hands shake. The pain of pain. This process defies description. We must remember that these are Space Marines, beings whose bodies produce pain-suppressing hormones that would render an ordinary human unconscious, whose mental conditioning includes psychoreactive blocks specifically designed to help them endure torture that would break lesser minds. Yet the insertion of neural interface hardware into a still-living brain, the process of hardwiring consciousness itself to machine systems, creates such overwhelming agony that Marines have been known to die from the shock alone. Their hearts, those twin engines that have beaten steady through 100 battles, simply stop. Their brains, unable to process the violation being perpetrated upon them, shut down entirely. Death, in these moments, must seem like mercy. For those who survive the interment, who somehow maintain the spark of consciousness through the surgical horror, what awaits is not truly life, but a pale shadow of it, a half-existence that will stretch across centuries. They wake within their sarcophagus to find themselves forever separated from the world they once knew. Their eyes are gone, replaced by optical sensors that feed data rather than sight. Their ears no longer hear sound as humans understand it, but rather process audio input as information to be catalogued and analyzed. They cannot feel warmth or cold, cannot taste or smell, cannot experience the simple pleasure of breathing air that is not filtered through recycling systems and fed to organs floating in amniotic fluid. The sarcophagus becomes their entire world, a coffin that keeps them alive even as it seals them away from everything that made life worth living. They float in darkness and synthetic fluids, their consciousness tethered to the dreadnought's systems by neural links that never let them forget the machine they have become. Every movement of the dreadnought's massive limbs, every targeting solution calculated, every enemy engaged and destroyed, all of this is experienced not as a warrior wielding weapons, but as a mind that has become the weapon itself. They are no longer Space Marines who wear armor. They have become living components in a war machine, organic processors running tactical algorithms in shells of blessed metal. But perhaps the cruelest aspect of dreadnought existence is not the initial transformation, but what comes after, the slow psychological degradation that awaits all who are interred. The extended neural interface, with something as massive and complex as a dreadnought, creates immense mental stress on the occupant. Tech priests who maintain these ancient war machines have documented the symptoms: lethargy that makes even simple thought feel like pushing through mud, confusion that makes basic concepts slip away like water through clenched fists, dyschronometria that leaves the interred unable to properly perceive the passage of time, and eventually, for those who survive long enough, the onset of senility that slowly strips away everything that made them who they were. This is why, when not actively deployed in battle, dreadnoughts are placed into stasis sleep, sealed away in vaults deep within their chapter's fortress monastery. But this sleep is no mercy, no rest for warriors who have given everything. It is a half-lucid limbo where memories churn endlessly, where dreams are indistinguishable from nightmares, where the boundaries between past and present dissolve into a churning maelstrom of recollection and horror. Some whisper that the entombed do not truly sleep at all, but exist in a state of constant awareness, screaming into the void of their isolation, while their bodies, such as they are, remain utterly unresponsive. When they are finally awakened for battle, weeks or decades, or even centuries later, the transition is not smooth. Some emerge confused, unable to remember where they are or what they are. Others wake in rage, their minds fractured by the time spent trapped between consciousness and oblivion. Still others simply cannot be awakened at all, their minds having finally retreated so far into themselves that no amount of stimulation can draw them back. And with each awakening, with each battle fought and then returned to the darkness of stasis, memories begin to erode. Not all at once, not with the sudden catastrophic failure of a broken system, but slowly, insidiously, like water wearing away at stone over millennia. The details fade first. The names of battle brothers who fought beside them become vague impressions. The faces of commanders who led them blur into indistinct shapes. Specific battles, once seared into memory with perfect clarity, blend together into a general sense of conflict and violence. The human elements of their existence, the small moments of camaraderie and connection that defined their lives as flesh and blood warriors, these slip away first because the machine has no need of them, no place to store such impractical, unnecessary data. What remains, what the Dreadnought's systems allow to persist, are tactical assessments and combat effectiveness ratings. The strategic disposition of forces on forgotten battlefields stays sharp, while the laughter of battle brothers around a fire fades to nothing. The exact specifications of enemy armor and weaponry remain perfectly catalogued, while the sensation of brotherhood, of belonging to something greater than oneself, slowly dissolves into abstract concepts without emotional weight. The Dreadnought remembers how to kill with perfect efficiency, while forgetting why killing once mattered, what they were fighting for beyond the simple mechanical fulfillment of assigned objectives. This is the true horror of Dreadnought existence, the realization that comes slowly to all who are interred. They are not warriors anymore, not really. They are weapons that can think, consciousness trapped in machines designed for nothing but violence, slowly losing everything that made them human while gaining nothing but the ability to kill more efficiently. And for those ancient enough to remember the Great Crusade, who walked alongside beings that seemed like gods, this slow erosion of self means that their memories of that golden age are not reliable histories, but fragmentary impressions, colored by the trauma of their transformation, warped by 10,000 years of mental degradation, and filtered through systems that were never designed to preserve the subtle nuances of human experience. Memory as a battlefield, the neurological nightmare of eternal service. The human brain, even one as enhanced and modified as that of an Adeptus Astartes, was never designed to function for 10,000 years. Evolution shaped our neural architecture for a span of decades, perhaps a century if fortune smiled and genetics proved favorable. The Space Marines' enhancements pushed this boundary, granting them theoretical lifespans that could stretch across millennia. But this assumes their brains remain housed within bodies that support and nourish them, that provide the complex hormonal and chemical balance necessary for proper neural function. A Dreadnought sarcophagus provides none of this natural support system. Instead, it offers only the bare minimum required to keep brain tissue alive and firing, to maintain consciousness at levels sufficient to control the war machine's systems, to preserve just enough of the person that once was, to make the Dreadnought more than just an automaton following pre-programmed instructions. This minimal preservation comes at a terrible cost. Without the full biological support system of a living body, the brain within a Dreadnought sarcophagus begins to deteriorate in ways both subtle and profound. Neural pathways that are not constantly reinforced, begin to degrade. Synaptic connections weaken and fail. The delicate balance of neurotransmitters that governs everything from memory formation to emotional response slowly shifts toward dysfunction. And most critically for our purposes, the mechanisms by which memories are stored, consolidated and retrieved begin to break down in ways that make reliable recall increasingly difficult and eventually impossible. Consider what happens during a single cycle of awakening and re-entombment. The dreadnought is roused from stasis, a process that itself causes significant neurological stress as consciousness struggles to reassert itself after periods of dormancy that might span decades or centuries. The Marine inside must reorient himself to his existence, remember what he has become, accept once again the horror of his half-life. Then comes deployment, hours or days or weeks of combat, where the neural interface operates at maximum capacity, flooding the brain with tactical data, targeting solutions, threat assessments, and damage reports. The amount of information processing required is staggering, far beyond what any flesh and blood warrior must manage, and all of it channels directly through neural pathways that were never meant to handle such overwhelming data streams. During these periods of active combat, the brain prioritizes immediate tactical information over long-term memory consolidation. Survival requires constant awareness of the battlefield situation, continuous analysis of enemy movements, instantaneous calculation of firing solutions, and optimal positioning. There is no capacity to properly encode the experience into long-term memory, no opportunity for the brain to perform the complex processes that transform experience into stable, accessible recollection. Everything becomes data to be processed and then discarded, relevant for the moment but unnecessary once the immediate threat has passed. The act of fighting, which should create powerful memories through the combination of intense emotion and physical experience, instead becomes just another task, completed and then forgotten like so many others. Then, when battle is done and the dreadnought is returned to stasis, the brain is given no opportunity for the natural memory consolidation that occurs during normal sleep. Instead, consciousness is simply shut down, frozen in place without the dream cycles and unconscious processing that allow ordinary minds to sort through experiences, reinforce important memories, and discard irrelevant information. When awakening comes again, possibly after centuries of this frozen state, the brain must somehow make sense of memories that were never properly consolidated in the first place, must try to connect experiences separated by vast gulfs of time, during which nothing existed but darkness and half-aware nightmares. The result is a memory system that becomes increasingly unreliable with each cycle. Early recollections might remain relatively intact, preserved in those first years after interment, when the brain still functioned in something approaching its natural state. But as centuries accumulate, as the number of awakenings and re-entombments grows, the clarity of memory degrades dramatically. Specific details blur into generalities. Sequential events lose their temporal anchoring, becoming jumbled together in ways that make it impossible to say with certainty what happened first or last, or whether they happened at all. Faces become indistinct. Names vanish entirely, or become attached to the wrong people, the wrong moments, the wrong contexts. For an ancient dreadnought who remembers the Great Crusade, this degradation is particularly devastating, because those memories are not only the oldest, but also the ones that have been subjected to the most cycles of awakening and re-entombment. Every time they have been roused for battle over the past 10 millennia, those ancient memories have been accessed, pulled from storage, examined through the lens of their current diminished state, and then returned to neural pathways that grow less reliable with each passing century. It is like making copies of copies of copies, with each iteration, introducing new errors, new gaps, new uncertainties, until what remains bears only the faintest resemblance to the original experience. Moreover, the trauma of the interment process itself has colored these memories in ways that make them unreliable, even beyond the simple degradation of neural pathways. The overwhelming pain and horror of transformation into a dreadnought. The shock of suddenly finding oneself cut off from all normal sensory experience. The desperate psychological adaptation required to accept this new existence. All of this creates a lens of trauma through which all subsequent memories must pass. Psychologists have long understood that traumatic experiences fundamentally alter how memories are encoded and retrieved. The brain, in its attempt to protect itself from overwhelming distress, can fragment memories, suppress certain details while amplifying others, or even create false memories that are more bearable than the truth. An ancient dreadnought's recollections of the Great Crusade are therefore not simple recordings of events as they occurred, but rather reconstructions filtered through millennia of trauma, degradation, and the inhuman perspective of a being that has become more machine than man. When such a warrior tries to remember what the emperor was like, he is not accessing a clear memory file, but rather attempting to piece together fragments of fragmentary recollections, each piece degraded by time, distorted by trauma, and processed through neural systems that no longer function as they were designed to. The question is not whether such memories are reliable, but whether they can be said to be memories at all, or whether they are simply stories the mind tells itself about a past that grows more distant and less substantial with each passing century. And there is something else, something even more insidious than simple degradation. The extended neural interface with the dreadnought systems does not merely preserve consciousness, it begins to fundamentally alter it. Over time, the boundary between the Marine's organic brain and the artificial intelligence systems of the dreadnought chassis begins to blur. The warrior starts to think in ways more suited to the machine, processing information in tactical frameworks rather than human narratives, prioritizing efficiency over emotional resonance, viewing experiences as data points rather than moments of lived reality. This is not a conscious choice, but an inevitable result of spending centuries hardwired directly into systems that were never designed to accommodate human consciousness in the first place. For the eldest dreadnoughts, those who have endured since the heresy or even before, this blurring has progressed to the point where they can no longer be certain which thoughts are their own and which are simply the machine's logic running through what remains of their organic neural tissue. When they try to access memories of the Emperor, they cannot be sure whether they are remembering their actual experiences or whether they are simply running through tactical assessments and historical data that have been fed into their systems by others. The very act of trying to remember becomes an exercise in uncertainty, in questioning whether anything they think they recall can be trusted, or whether it is all just the machine's approximation of what a memory might be, processed through systems that have no understanding of human experience and no capacity for genuine recollection. This uncertainty, this growing inability to trust one's own memories, is perhaps the cruelest aspect of a dreadnought's existence. They have been preserved specifically because they carry within them the history of their chapters, the accumulated wisdom of centuries of warfare, the living connection to their founding and their primarchs and the Emperor himself. Yet the very mechanisms that preserve their consciousness also make it impossible for them to fulfill this purpose with any real confidence. They are living history that cannot reliably recount history, witnesses whose testimony grows less credible with each passing year, repositories of knowledge that are increasingly uncertain whether the knowledge they contain has any relationship to truth. And so, when asked about the Emperor, when pressed for details about what he was truly like, these ancient warriors face an impossible task. They must try to access memories that are 10,000 years old, that have been degraded by countless cycles of stasis and awakening, that have been colored by unimaginable trauma, and that may not even be genuine memories at all, but rather reconstructions created by minds that no longer function as human consciousness was meant to function. The silence that follows such requests is not evasion or unwillingness, but rather the sound of a consciousness confronting the limits of its own reliability and finding nothing there but uncertainty, doubt, and the terrible suspicion that the past they think they remember never existed in quite the way they believe it did. The Emperor's masks, understanding his psychic glamour. Even if an ancient dreadnought's memory were perfect, even if the degradation and trauma of their existence had not eroded their capacity for reliable recollection, they would still face an insurmountable obstacle in describing what the Emperor was truly like. This obstacle has nothing to do with their limitations and everything to do with the nature of the Emperor himself, specifically his use of what the few who understood it called psychic glamour, the ability to manipulate perception itself such that every being who encountered him saw something different, something tailored to their expectations, their needs, their psychological makeup, and their capacity for comprehension. The Emperor of mankind was the most powerful psyker ever to exist in human history, a being whose command of the warp and its energies dwarfed even Magnus the Red at the height of his power. This psychic might manifest it in countless ways, from the ability to incinerate armies with a thought to the capacity to peer through time and glimpse possible futures branching like infinite pathways through the dark. But perhaps his most subtle and most constantly deployed power was his ability to control how others perceived him, to project an image of himself that would inspire the greatest loyalty, the deepest respect, or the most useful emotional response from whoever stood in his presence. This was not illusion in the simple sense of making people see things that were not there. The Emperor did not cloak himself in false appearances, like some cheap conjurer performing tricks at a festival. Instead, his psychic presence was so overwhelming, so fundamentally inhuman in its scope and power, that ordinary consciousness simply could not process it directly. The human mind, even one enhanced beyond baseline humanity as Space Marines were, could no more look upon the Emperor's true nature than it could stare directly into the heart of a star. The psychic emanations of his being would have overwhelmed mortal perception entirely, leaving those who beheld him as nothing more than gibbering wrecks, their minds shattered by exposure to something they were never equipped to comprehend. So the Emperor's psychic presence automatically shaped perception, allowing each observer to see a version of him that their mind could process and understand. To the masses of humanity, the billions who would come to worship him as the God Emperor, despite his explicit rejection of such veneration, he appeared as a figure of divine majesty, a golden giant radiating light and power, the embodiment of humanity's manifest destiny among the stars. To his custodians, those golden warriors who served as his personal guard and whose loyalty was absolute, he appeared as the pinnacle of human achievement, a warrior philosopher whose every movement spoke of perfect technique and whose every word carried the weight of ages of accumulated wisdom. To the Primarchs, his genetically engineered sons scattered across the galaxy and then slowly reunited with their father, the Emperor appeared in forms tailored to each individual's particular psychology and needs. Some saw him as a father figure, warm and approving, the parent they had unconsciously craved throughout lives spent on alien worlds far from Terra. Others saw him as a commander, a general whose tactical acumen and strategic vision demanded respect and obedience. Still others saw him as something more abstract, a force of nature or a manifestation of pure will, something to be studied and understood rather than simply followed. The evidence for this appears throughout the historical records of the Great Crusade, though it is scattered and fragmentary, with chroniclers often failing to note the discrepancies because they assumed everyone saw what they saw. In the novel Deliverance Lost, the Primarch Corax experiences a moment of profound revelation when he looks upon the Emperor and suddenly perceives two overlapping images. First, the expected golden giant radiating power and majesty, but then, glimpsed through that facade like seeing through a veil, a much more ordinary figure, a man whose appearance was notable primarily for how unremarkable it was. The implication is clear. The magnificent being that inspired such awe was a projection, a psychic construct designed to invoke specific responses, while the true emperor, the actual physical and spiritual entity beneath the glamour, was something that could pass unremarked through a crowd of ordinary humans. Similar accounts appear in other sources. In The Last Church, a short story detailing the emperor's final conversation with the last priest on Terra before the conquest of the planet was complete, he appears as an ordinary man in practical clothing, someone who could be taken for a scholar or a philosopher rather than the master of mankind. In tales of his meetings with various primarchs, he appears differently to each. To Mortarion as a figure whose presence spoke of both divine authority and earthly pragmatism. To Vulcan as a smith whose skill transcended mortal capability. To Leman Russ as a warrior king, whose bearing and manner resonated with the savage nobility of Fenrisian culture. Only those with no presence in the warp at all, the pariahs and blanks, whose souls were voids in the psychic realm, could see through the glamour to whatever lay beneath. The Sisters of Silence, that order of blank warriors who served as the Emperor's ultimate weapon against psykers and demons, reportedly saw him as he truly was, unadorned by any psychic projection. But even they left no clear records of what that true appearance might have been, either because they were sworn to secrecy, or because what they saw was so at odds with everyone else's experience that they had no language to adequately describe it. This has profound implications for any attempt by a space marine, even one who stood in the Emperor's presence during the Great Crusade, to provide an accurate description of him. What they remember seeing is not what he actually looked like, but rather what his psychic presence caused them to perceive. A perception shaped by their own psychology, their conditioning, their role within the Imperial war machine, and their capacity for processing the overwhelming reality of his power. Two space marines, standing side by side, might have looked at the Emperor and seen entirely different beings, yet neither would have been wrong, because both were seeing equally valid projections of a consciousness that existed on a level far beyond normal human experience. For a dreadnought trying to access memories of the Emperor from 10,000 years ago, this presents an impossible challenge. Not only must they try to recall memories that have been degraded by time and trauma, but they must try to remember something that was never really there in the first place, or rather, was there in a form specifically tailored to their perception at that moment in time. The Emperor they remember might bear little resemblance to the Emperor that another warrior remembers, and both might be equally distant from whatever the truth might be. Even worse, as their consciousness has been altered by millennia of existence as a dreadnought, the psychological framework that originally shaped their perception of the Emperor has changed dramatically. They are no longer the warrior who stood in his presence all those centuries ago. They have become something else, something neither fully human nor fully machine, and they can no longer be certain whether their memories reflect what they actually experienced, or whether they are projections of their current diminished state, trying to make sense of experiences their original self understood in ways that are no longer accessible. Moreover, the Emperor's use of psychic glamour means that any description an ancient dreadnought might offer would necessarily be incomplete and misleading. If they describe him as they remember seeing him, they are not describing the Emperor himself, but rather the projection he chose to show them. The image he calculated would produce the desired response in a space marine of their chapter and temperament and role. To claim this projection as truth would be to participate in a kind of historical fraud, to present a tailored appearance as objective reality, to mistake the mask for the face beneath. The ancient warriors understand this, at least on some level. They understand that what they remember seeing is not reliable testimony about the Emperor's true nature, personality, or appearance. They understand that any description they might offer would be partial, incomplete, and potentially contradictory to what other witnesses might report. And so they remain silent, or they speak only in the broadest generalities, describing not what the Emperor was, but rather what he represented, what his presence felt like, what his impact on history has been. These are statements that can be made without claiming specific knowledge of his appearance or personality, without pretending that their degraded, traumatized, and fundamentally uncertain memories constitute reliable historical evidence. The silence of the ancient dreadnoughts regarding the emperor's appearance is therefore not just a product of their own limitations, but also an acknowledgement of his nature. To describe him would require making claims that they know to be unreliable, presenting perceptions as facts, offering testimony about something that was specifically designed to defy accurate description. Better, then, to speak of his deeds rather than his appearance, his impact rather than his personality, his legacy rather than the particular way he moved or spoke or regarded those around him. These are statements that can be made with confidence because they are objectively verifiable, recorded in the history of the Great Crusade and the Imperium he founded. The rest, the specific details of appearance and manner and personality, these are lost not just to time and trauma, but to the fundamental impossibility of perceiving a being who existed on a level beyond normal human consciousness, who shaped perception itself to serve his purposes, and whose true nature may never have been accessible to anyone, not even those who served him most closely. Bjorn the Fell-Handed, the eldest, and his fading recollections. Among all the ancient dreadnoughts who still serve in the 41st millennium, one stands alone as the most ancient, the most revered, and potentially the most tragic. Bjorn the Fell-Handed of the Space Wolves is the last surviving space marine who can credibly claim to have fought during the Horus Heresy itself, to have served directly under his Primarch Leman Russ, and to have walked in the Emperor's presence during the Golden Age of the Great Crusade. He is more than 10,000 years old, having been interred in his dreadnought chassis sometime after the heresy concluded, and his Primarch departed on his mysterious final journey into the Eye of Terror. For 10 millennia, Bjorn has endured, waking periodically when the Space Wolves need his wisdom, or when the Fang itself stands threatened, then returning to the darkness of stasis to wait out the centuries until he is needed again. Bjorn represents the ultimate example of what we have been discussing, a consciousness that has endured far beyond any reasonable lifespan, that has been subjected to countless cycles of awakening and re-entombment, that has witnessed the slow decline of the Imperium from its heights during the Great Crusade to its desperate situation in the 41st millennium, and that carries within its failing neural pathways the last living memories of an age that has passed into legend. If anyone could describe what the Emperor was truly like, if anyone could provide reliable testimony about his appearance, his personality, his manner of speaking and moving and regarding his servants, it should be Bjorn. Yet even this most ancient of ancients, this living relic of a bygone age, offers only frustratingly vague and general descriptions when asked about the Emperor, speaking of him in terms of impression and impact rather than specific recollection. The accounts we have of Bjorn's memories, fragmentary though they are, paint a picture of a consciousness in decline, a mind that recognizes its own degradation and struggles desperately to preserve what little remains of its connection to the past. In some tales, Bjorn is depicted as relatively lucid, capable of engaging in conversation and strategic planning, his ancient wisdom still valuable despite the millennia that have passed since he last walked as a flesh and blood warrior. In these moments, he speaks of the Emperor with reverence but remarkable vagueness, describing him as one might describe a force of nature or a concept rather than a person. He mentions the Emperor's power, his strategic genius, his terrible purpose, but offers no details about his appearance beyond the broadest generalities. In other accounts, particularly those dealing with his earliest awakenings after interment, Bjorn is characterized as angry and bitter, resentful of his transformation into a dreadnought, and mourning all that he has lost. During these periods, his memories of the past are colored by this bitterness, by the sense that everything he fought for has been twisted and corrupted in the millennia since he last walked beneath open skies. He speaks of the Emperor not with reverence, but with a kind of hollow disappointment, suggesting that whatever grand vision he might have had for humanity has failed to materialize, that the Imperium of the 41st millennium bears little resemblance to the dream they fought for during the Great Crusade. But perhaps most telling are the accounts that describe Bjorn's memory as actively deteriorating, fading with each passing century, despite the Space Wolves' careful efforts to preserve their eldest warrior for as long as possible. These describe moments where Bjorn struggles to recall specific names or details, where the faces of battle brothers he fought alongside blur together into indistinct impressions, where entire campaigns vanish from his recollection only to resurface later in jumbled contradictory forms. In some of the more recent stories, set during the events of the late 41st millennium, Bjorn is depicted as desperately clinging to fragments of memory, aware that he is losing his connection to the past, but unable to prevent the slow erosion of everything that made him who he was. There is a particularly poignant scene in one tale where an inquisitor, upon learning Bjorn's true identity and age, immediately kneels before the ancient dreadnought in reverence, overwhelmed by the presence of a being who actually met the Emperor, who walked in the age of legends, who carries within him living memory of the Imperium's founding. Bjorn's response is not pleasure at this recognition, but rather a weary exasperation, as though he has grown tired of being treated as a relic, of having his existence defined entirely by a past that grows more distant and less real with each awakening. He acknowledges that, yes, he met the Emperor. Yes, he fought in the Great Crusade, but he offers no elaboration, no detailed recounting of those experiences, only a terse confirmation before moving on to more pressing matters of the present. This reluctance to elaborate speaks volumes about Bjorn's relationship with his own memories. If his recollections were clear and reliable, if he could access them with confidence and present them as accurate testimony, he would have every reason to do so. Such memories would be invaluable to the Imperium, providing insight into the Emperor's plans and purposes, offering guidance drawn from direct experience of how he approached problems and made decisions. Yet Bjorn consistently refuses to provide such detail, suggesting either that his memories are too degraded to be reliable, or that he recognizes something about their nature that makes him unwilling to present them as historical fact. The Space Wolves themselves treat Bjorn's memories with a kind of careful reverence mixed with uncertainty. They wake him only when absolutely necessary, understanding that each awakening takes a toll, that each return to consciousness means another cycle of degradation that brings him closer to the point where he will no longer be able to fulfill his role as living history. They have developed elaborate rituals around his awakening, protocols designed to help orient him to the current situation and remind him of who he is and why he continues to fight. These rituals acknowledge implicitly that Bjorn's consciousness is fragile, that he needs external support to maintain his sense of identity and connection to the present. Moreover, the Space Wolves' records suggest that Bjorn's lucidity varies dramatically depending on how long he has been in stasis and how recently he was last awakened. Immediately after awakening, he may be confused or disoriented, taking time to remember where he is and what purpose he serves. After he has been awake for some time, reorienting himself to current events and engaging with the chapter's warriors, his consciousness stabilizes and he can function with something approaching his original capability. But if he remains active for too long, if too many demands are placed on his failing systems, he begins to deteriorate rapidly, becoming erratic or unresponsive until he is returned to stasis before permanent damage occurs. This pattern suggests that Bjorn's memories of the Great Crusade and the Emperor are not simply stored in reliable form, waiting to be accessed when needed. Rather, they exist in a state of constant flux, becoming more or less accessible depending on his current neurological state, colored by his mood and circumstances, and always threatening to slip away entirely if he remains awake long enough for the degradation to progress beyond a certain point. Under these conditions, any detailed description he might offer of the Emperor would necessarily be suspect, filtered through multiple layers of neurological dysfunction and psychological trauma, and potentially bearing little resemblance to his actual experiences during the Great Crusade. There is also the question of what Bjorn's continued existence represents to the Space Wolves and the wider Imperium. He is not merely a warrior or a source of tactical wisdom, but a symbol, a living connection to their Primarch and to the age when the Emperor walked among his creations. To have him speak in uncertain terms about his memories, to admit that he cannot reliably describe what the Emperor was like, would be to undermine that symbolism, to acknowledge that perhaps their living link to the past is not so reliable after all. Better then for Bjorn to remain largely silent on such matters, to speak in generalities that cannot be challenged, to preserve the useful fiction that he carries perfect memory of the Great Crusade, even as the reality of his degrading consciousness makes such perfect memory impossible. And perhaps, on some level, Bjorn himself recognizes the kindness in this silence. He has watched the Imperium decline over 10,000 years. He has seen the dream of the Great Crusade curdle into the nightmare of the 41st millennium. He has witnessed the Emperor's carefully laid plans collapse into religious fanaticism and stagnation. To speak in detail about what the Emperor was truly like, to describe the being he actually encountered during the Great Crusade, would be to invite comparison between that past and this present, to highlight the gap between what was promised and what has been delivered. Such comparisons serve no useful purpose and might even be harmful, undermining faith in a system that, for all its flaws, is all that stands between humanity and extinction. So Bjorn remains silent, or speaks only in vague terms, and the Imperium continues to treat him as a living relic whose mere existence validates the current order. The truth of his fading memories, the uncertainty of his degrading consciousness, the impossibility of reliable testimony about events that occurred 10,000 years ago and were perceived through a psychic glamour that made accurate description impossible even at the time. All of this remains unspoken, hidden behind the facade of venerable wisdom and ancient authority. It is a kindness, perhaps, both to Bjorn and to those who need to believe that somewhere, someone still remembers the Golden Age before everything went wrong. The weight of witness, psychological burdens of being living history. Beyond the mechanical degradation of memory and the impossibility of accurately perceiving the Emperor, there exists another layer of explanation for why ancient dreadnoughts will not describe what he was truly like. This reason is psychological rather than neurological, rooted in the immense burden of being one of the few remaining witnesses to an age that has achieved mythological status in the minds of those who came after. To be an ancient dreadnought in the 41st millennium is to exist as a walking contradiction. You are revered as living history, but also suspect, because your very existence challenges the carefully constructed narratives that the Imperium has built around its founding age. The Imperium of the 41st millennium desperately needs its myths. After 10,000 years of grinding warfare, of slow technological regression, of bureaucratic stagnation and religious extremism, the people of the Imperium require the belief that once things were better. They need to believe that during the Great Crusade and before the Horus Heresy, the Emperor walked among his people and guided humanity toward a golden future. They need to believe he was wise, benevolent, impossibly powerful, and possessed of a grand vision that would have saved mankind, if only it had not been betrayed by Horus and the traitor Primarchs. They need to believe that the current nightmare is an aberration, a temporary setback, and that somewhere within the Imperium's history lies the blueprint for reclaiming what was lost. These beliefs require a particular image of the Emperor, the God Emperor, the master of mankind, the figure of divine authority whose word was law and whose presence inspired absolute loyalty. The official histories and religious texts of the Imperium present this version consistently, describing him in terms of unambiguous majesty and terrible power, as a being who transcended normal humanity to become something approaching divine. This image serves important functions within the Imperium's ideological structure. providing both a model of perfection to aspire toward and a justification for the autocratic, totalitarian nature of the current government. An ancient dreadnought who actually met the emperor possesses knowledge that might complicate or contradict this carefully maintained mythology. They remember, however imperfectly, that the emperor was also pragmatic and ruthless, willing to commit genocide against human populations that refused to submit to his authority, willing to suppress any expression of religious belief, even as his own Great Crusade took on increasingly religious overtones. They remember that he was often distant and inscrutable, making decisions that seemed arbitrary or cruel to those who served him, treating even his own sons with a coldness that bordered on contempt when they failed to meet his expectations. They remember that the dream of the Great Crusade involved massive casualties, entire cultures wiped from existence, and a level of ideological rigidity that left no room for dissent or alternative visions of humanity's future. These memories, if spoken aloud and presented as reliable testimony, would undermine the mythology that the Imperium requires. They would humanize the emperor in ways that make his divinity questionable. They would reveal that the Golden Age was perhaps not so golden after all, that the dream of the Great Crusade involved nightmare elements from its inception, that perhaps the current state of the Imperium is not a tragic deviation from his plans, but rather their natural conclusion. Such revelations would be devastating to imperial morale and potentially heretical under the doctrines of the ecclesiarchy, which has spent millennia constructing an elaborate theology around the emperor's divinity. The ancient dreadnoughts understand this danger. They have watched over centuries or millennia as the Imperium has transformed from a secular, atheistic empire into a theocratic nightmare where the emperor is worshipped as a god, despite his explicit rejection of such veneration during his lifetime. They have seen how this religious fervor, however misguided it might be from the perspective of the emperor's original intentions, provides essential psychological sustenance to populations living in unbearable conditions. The belief that they suffer for a divine purpose, that their sacrifices matter to a God who watches over them, is often all that prevents complete social collapse and despair. To undermine that belief by presenting a more nuanced, complicated, and human version of the emperor would be to destroy one of the few things keeping the Imperium functional. There is also the question of self-preservation. The Inquisition and the ecclesiarchy are extremely powerful institutions within the Imperium, and both have vested interests in maintaining the current theological orthodoxy regarding the emperor's nature. An ancient dreadnought, who began speaking about the emperor in ways that contradicted official doctrine, who suggested that perhaps he was not quite the divine being the Imperium worships, would find themselves in grave danger. Even their status as venerable warriors and chapter relics might not protect them from charges of heresy, from demands that they be subjected to mind cleansing or simply destroyed to prevent the spread of dangerous ideas. Moreover, the ancient dreadnoughts themselves are not immune to doubt about their own memories and perceptions. They have existed long enough to understand how unreliable memory can be, how easily recollections can be colored by subsequent events and changing perspectives. They remember the Great Crusade and the Emperor, but they also remember everything that came after: the heresy, the scouring, 10,000 years of decline and degradation. How can they be certain that their memories of the Emperor are accurate when those memories have been filtered through so many subsequent experiences, when their understanding of events has been fundamentally altered by knowing how the story ends? This uncertainty creates a kind of paralysis. To speak with confidence about what the Emperor was like would require claiming reliability that they cannot honestly assert. Yet, to speak hesitantly, to express doubt about their own memories, would undermine their value as witnesses and potentially invite exactly the kind of scrutiny they wish to avoid. Better, then, to remain silent on specific details, to speak only in generalities that cannot be challenged, to preserve their position as living relics, without making claims that might expose them to accusations of heresy, or raise uncomfortable questions about the foundations of imperial mythology. There is also a profound loneliness in being one of the last witnesses to an age that no one else can truly understand. The ancient dreadnoughts exist in a kind of temporal isolation, separated not just by their physical entombment, but by the vast gulf of years that divides them from their battle brothers and the wider Imperium. When they speak of the Great Crusade, they speak of experiences that no one listening has shared, of a world that exists only in memory and legend, of beings who have passed into myth. This isolation makes genuine communication difficult because there is no common frame of reference, no shared context that would allow them to adequately convey what their experiences meant or what the Emperor's presence felt like to those who stood in it. How does one describe the sensation of standing in the presence of the most powerful psyker who ever lived, when the person you are speaking to has never encountered anyone even remotely approaching that level of power? How do you convey the overwhelming sense of purpose and destiny that characterized the early Great Crusade, when your audience lives in an age where such grand visions have been replaced by grim pragmatism and desperate survival? How do you explain what it meant to believe in the Emperor's vision of a secular, rational human empire when your listeners live in a theocracy built around worshipping him as a god? The experiences of the ancient dreadnoughts are so far removed from the reality of the 41st millennium that they lack the language to make them comprehensible to those who did not share them. This communication barrier reinforces the tendency towards silence. If speaking cannot adequately convey the truth of their experiences anyway, if any description they offer will necessarily be misunderstood or reinterpreted through the lens of current imperial ideology, then perhaps it is better not to try. Better to let the myths remain unchallenged, to allow the Imperium to maintain its beliefs about the Emperor and the Great Crusade, to preserve the illusion that somewhere in the past there was a golden age worth fighting to reclaim. The truth, such as it is, would serve no useful purpose and might cause active harm. Finally, there is the question of dignity. The ancient dreadnoughts have given everything in service to the Emperor and the Imperium. They have sacrificed their bodies, their humanity, and ultimately their very sense of self to continue fighting. They have endured horrors beyond imagining and accepted a half-life of isolation and degradation because they believed, or once believed, that their service mattered. To admit now that their memories are unreliable, that they cannot provide the historical testimony that is supposedly their primary remaining value, would be to acknowledge that perhaps their sacrifice was not worth what it cost, that they have endured centuries or millennia of suffering to preserve knowledge that they cannot reliably access or communicate. The silence of the ancient dreadnoughts regarding the Emperor is therefore not merely a function of degraded memory or the impossibility of perceiving him accurately. It is also a choice, a recognition that speaking would serve no useful purpose and might cause active harm, that their role is to be symbols rather than historians, to represent continuity with the past rather than to critically examine it. They have become repositories of mythology rather than memory, and perhaps they understand that this is the only role available to them, the only way they can continue to serve in an imperium that needs its myths more than it needs its history. Those who came close, other ancient dreadnoughts and their silence. While Bjorn the Fell-Handed stands as the most ancient and renowned of living dreadnoughts, he is not alone in his longevity or his connection to the Imperium's founding age. Scattered across the galaxy, entombed within the fortress monasteries of various Space Marine chapters, other ancient warriors slumber in their sarcophagi, each carrying their own fragmentary memories of an age that has passed into legend. Among these, certain individuals stand out as particularly significant, each offering through their actions or inactions further evidence for why these ancient witnesses refuse to describe what the Emperor was truly like. Ancient Rylanor of the Emperor's Children represents perhaps the most tragic example of a heresy-era warrior enduring into the ages beyond. Buried beneath the virus-bombed ruins of Istvan III, after surviving the initial betrayal by Horus, and the traitor legions, Rylanor remained conscious and aware for 10,000 years, denied even the mercy of stasis sleep, his consciousness trapped within a failing sarcophagus while the planet's surface slowly cooled around him. When finally discovered by members of his legion, now fully corrupted by chaos and serving Slanesh, Rylanor's first act was to attempt to destroy them and himself with a virus bomb, preferring annihilation to continuing existence in a galaxy where his legion had fallen so far from what it once was. Rylanor's story is particularly instructive because it illustrates the depth of trauma and disillusionment that can afflict those who remember the Great Crusade. He had served loyally under the Emperor, had fought to bring his vision of a united humanity to reality, had believed in the righteousness of their cause and the nobility of their purpose. The betrayal on Istvan shattered that belief completely, revealing that the perfection his legion supposedly embodied was nothing but facade and corruption waiting to bloom. For 10,000 years, he had nothing to do but contemplate this betrayal, to replay in his mind everything he had believed and everything he had lost. When Rylanor spoke, his words were filled with rage and bitterness, not about the Emperor directly, but about what the Emperor's vision had become, how the dream of the Great Crusade had curdled into nightmare. He made no attempt to describe what the Emperor was like as a person, offered no testimony about his appearance or manner or personality. Instead, he spoke only of duty and honor, of what the Emperor's children were supposed to be and what they had become. The absence of any detailed discussion of the Emperor himself is striking, suggesting either that Rylanor's memories had degraded too far to provide such detail, or that he found the topic too painful to address, preferring to focus on abstract principles rather than the specific being who had created and then apparently abandoned them to their fate. The anchorite presents a different but equally illuminating case. A word-bearer who turned against his legion during the Battle of Calth, recognizing the futility and evil of their assault on the Ultramarines, he surrendered to Guilliman and was surprisingly spared execution. Instead, he was imprisoned, where he spent years in prayer and contemplation, eventually becoming a secret architect of the imperial cult that would rise after the heresy concluded. Severely wounded in a suicide attempt born from overwhelming guilt about his legion's betrayal, he was interred in a Contemptor dreadnought to preserve his life and continued to secretly influence the development of imperial theology for centuries after. The anchorite's relationship with memory of the Emperor is complex and fraught with contradiction. As a word-bearer, he had been part of the legion that initially spread worship of the Emperor as a god, only to be brutally rebuked when the Emperor ordered the destruction of Monarchia, the perfect city the word-bearers had built in his honor. This rebuke, this rejection of the very worship that the word-bearers believed was his due, was a primary catalyst for their fall to chaos under Lorgar's leadership. The anchorite rejected this fall, recognizing it as the bitter overreaction of a son who could not accept his father's discipline. But this recognition did not restore his faith in the Emperor as a person. Instead, the anchorite came to believe that the Emperor was indeed divine, not because of his power or his achievements, but because divinity was what humanity needed him to be. This is a fascinating theological position because it acknowledges the Emperor's rejection of godhood while simultaneously arguing that such rejection was itself part of his divine plan, that his refusal to be worshipped was a test of faith that humanity failed but could eventually pass by embracing worship anyway. The anchorite never attempts to describe what the Emperor was like in any personal sense, focusing instead entirely on theological interpretation of his actions and their consequences. This theological focus allows the anchorite to avoid the problem of unreliable memory, while still claiming authority based on his proximity to the events of the Great Crusade and heresy. He does not need to remember specific details about the Emperor's appearance or personality, because his argument is not historical, but theological. The Emperor's true nature is irrelevant to the anchorite's theology. What matters is the effect his existence has on humanity's collective consciousness, the way his image shapes human destiny, regardless of what he actually was or wanted to be. This is perhaps the most sophisticated form of silence regarding the Emperor, one that acknowledges the impossibility of truly knowing him, while claiming that such knowledge is unnecessary for faith. Other ancient dreadnoughts from the heresy era exist scattered throughout the lore, each with their own fragmentary appearances and stories. Lork of the World Eaters, the former Legion Master who was interred before Angron's discovery and the implementation of the Butcher's Nails, represents a witness to the pre-Primarch Legion and serves as a reminder of what the World Eaters were before their descent into bloodlust and madness. Yet even Lorke, whose memories should encompass both the Emperor-led unification wars and the early Great Crusade, offers little detailed testimony about the Emperor himself, instead focusing on the transformation of his legion and the tragedy of what they became. The pattern across all these ancient warriors is consistent. Regardless of their specific circumstances, their legion's ultimate loyalty or treachery, their personal faith or disillusionment. None of them provide the kind of detailed, reliable description of the Emperor that historical scholarship would require. This consistency cannot be coincidental. It suggests something fundamental about the nature of their experience and their relationship to memory that transcends individual psychology or circumstance. Some of these ancient warriors may be protecting themselves through silence, understanding that detailed testimony about the Emperor might expose them to accusations of heresy or challenge their useful status as living relics. Others may be acknowledging the unreliability of their own memories after centuries or millennia of degradation. Still others may be recognizing that what they remember seeing was shaped by the Emperor's psychic glamour and therefore not reliable testimony about his true nature anyway. And some may simply be unable to find words adequate to describe an experience that was inherently beyond the capacity of language to convey. But beneath all these specific reasons lies a more fundamental truth. These ancient warriors have all come to understand, through long years of reflection and the perspective that only extreme age can provide, that the Emperor was not simply a man, or even a superhuman being, whose nature could be adequately described through normal means. He was a force of nature, a living singularity, whose presence fundamentally altered the reality around him, a consciousness operating on levels that normal human perception could not fully grasp. To describe him would be like trying to describe the sun to someone who had never seen light, attempting to convey through words alone an experience that required direct encounter to truly understand. Moreover, these ancient warriors have watched the Emperor become something else entirely in the 10,000 years since his internment on the Golden Throne. The being they remember, whatever his appearance or personality might have been, no longer exists in that form. The Emperor has become an idea, a symbol, a god in the warp shaped by the faith of countless trillions. The gap between what he was and what he has become is so vast that any description of the former seems irrelevant to the latter. They remember a man, however extraordinary, while the Imperium worships a god. To speak of that man would be to challenge the god, and perhaps they have come to believe that the god, however false it might be to the original being's intentions, is what humanity needs more than it needs the truth. So they remain silent, these ancient witnesses, or they speak only in generalities that reveal nothing specific. They have become guardians not of historical truth, but of necessary myth, understanding that their role is not to correct the record, but to preserve the illusion that the record can be trusted. They are living lies in service to a greater truth, that humanity requires belief in something beyond itself, something perfect and powerful and ultimately benevolent, even if that something never truly existed in the form that current belief imagines. Their silence is not failure, but rather the final service they can offer, the last gift they can give to an Imperium that desperately needs to believe in the golden age that never quite was. The descent into machine logic, how dreadnoughts stop thinking like men. Beyond all the factors we have already discussed, there exists perhaps the most fundamental and terrifying reason why ancient dreadnoughts cannot reliably describe what the Emperor was like. This reason has nothing to do with memory degradation, psychic glamour, or the psychological burden of being living history. Instead, it concerns the fundamental nature of consciousness itself, and what happens when a human mind is hardwired directly into machine systems for thousands of years. The ancient dreadnoughts have not simply forgotten what the Emperor was like. They have lost the capacity to think and perceive in ways that would make such description possible. They have, over the millennia, become something neither fully human nor fully machine, but rather an uncomfortable hybrid that possesses the worst limitations of both. The human mind evolved to process reality through a framework of emotion, narrative, and social connection. We understand the world not as a series of data points to be analyzed, but as a story we are living through, full of characters whose motivations we try to understand, events whose significance we evaluate based on how they make us feel, and experiences that shape our identity through their impact on our emotional landscape. When we remember a person, we do not simply recall their physical appearance or the words they spoke. We remember how we felt in their presence, the quality of the connection we shared with them, the subtle interplay of personality and circumstance that made them unique. Memory is not data storage, but rather meaning-making, the ongoing process through which we construct coherent narratives about ourselves and our relationships. A dreadnought's neural interface fundamentally disrupts this process. By hardwiring consciousness directly into machine systems designed for tactical analysis and threat assessment, it gradually rewires the brain's neural architecture away from human modes of processing and toward machine logic. The dreadnought systems demand constant attention to tactical data, enemy positions, threat assessments, ammunition counts, damage reports, optimal firing solutions, strategic evaluations. The brain, responding to these demands, begins to prioritize these forms of information processing over the emotional and narrative frameworks that characterized human consciousness. Initially, this shift is subtle. The newly interred Space Marine retains his sense of self, his memories of who he was, his emotional responses to events and people around him. But with each awakening, with each battle fought and return to stasis, the balance shifts incrementally further toward machine thinking. Neural pathways associated with emotional processing and narrative construction are used less frequently and begin to weaken. Meanwhile, pathways devoted to tactical analysis and threat assessment are reinforced through constant use, becoming stronger and more dominant. Over decades and then centuries, the fundamental architecture of consciousness changes, becoming something that is no longer quite human in its functioning. For an ancient dreadnought, this process has progressed to the point where they genuinely no longer think like the human warrior they once were. When they try to remember the Emperor, they do not access the kind of rich, emotionally textured memory that a human would construct. Instead, they retrieve something more like a tactical assessment. Here was a force of overwhelming power, a strategic asset of immense value, a command authority that demanded obedience and delivered results. These are not false memories, but they are also not human memories. They are machine interpretations of human experiences, data points extracted from emotional context that no longer exist in any accessible form. This transformation is most evident in how ancient dreadnoughts speak about their past. Their language becomes increasingly technical and abstract, focusing on tactics, casualty rates, strategic objectives, and mission parameters. The human elements that would make these memories vivid and real, the friendships forged in battle, the fear before an assault, the exhilaration of victory, the grief for fallen brothers, these gradually fade from their narratives until what remains is a sterile accounting of events stripped of all emotional content. When they try to describe the Emperor, they fall back on these same patterns, speaking of him as a tactical asset or strategic authority rather than as a person they knew and served. Moreover, the machine logic that has gradually colonized their consciousness makes certain kinds of thinking difficult or impossible. Ambiguity, nuance, contradiction, all the messy complexity that characterizes human experience and human relationships, these become increasingly difficult to process. The machine demands clear categories: threat or ally, efficient or inefficient, mission critical or expendable. There is no space in this framework for the subtle interplay of personality traits that make a person unique, no capacity to hold contradictory impressions in tension with each other, no tolerance for the kind of ambiguity that characterized the emperor's nature and his relationship with those who served him. An ancient dreadnought, trying to describe the emperor, must somehow translate an experience of profound emotional and psychological complexity into the limited vocabulary of machine logic. He must take memories that were originally encoded in human terms, rich with feeling and interpersonal nuance, and express them through a consciousness that has become increasingly unable to process such information. The result is inevitably impoverished, stripped of everything that would make the description meaningful, reduced to empty generalities because the specific details that would provide texture and depth simply do not register to a mind that has learned to think like a targeting computer. This is perhaps most tragic when we consider what these warriors have lost. They remember, in some abstract sense, that they once felt things differently, that events and relationships once had an emotional richness that seems impossible from their current perspective. But they cannot access those feelings anymore, cannot reconstruct the emotional landscape that gave their memories meaning. It is like trying to remember color after having been blind for thousands of years. The abstract knowledge that color exists, but no longer any direct experience of what it was like to see it. Some ancient dreadnoughts retain flickers of their original humanity, moments where something breaks through the machine logic and they experience genuine emotion or human connection. These moments are treasured precisely because they are so rare, because they represent brief returns to a way of being that has been almost entirely subsumed by the demands of their mechanical existence. But they are fleeting, lasting only until the neural interface reasserts its dominance and the consciousness slips back into the comfortable patterns of machine thinking that have become its default mode. For these ancient warriors, attempting to describe the emperor is therefore not merely difficult, but represents a kind of category error. They are being asked to use human language to convey human experiences through a consciousness that has become fundamentally non-human in its functioning. The emperor they remember exists as a data point in a tactical assessment, a force multiplier in strategic calculations, an authority, figure whose commands were executed without the capacity for genuine understanding or emotional response. This is not how they originally experienced him, but it is all that remains accessible through a consciousness that has been reshaped by millennia of machine interface. The tragedy here is not simply that they cannot remember, but that they can no longer even understand what kind of information is being requested of them. When asked what the emperor was like, they hear a query about tactical capabilities or strategic doctrines, not a question about personality or presence, or the ineffable qualities that make a person unique. They cannot provide the kind of description that would satisfy, because they have lost the cognitive framework that would make such description possible. They are the last living witnesses to the emperor's presence during the Great Crusade, but they have been transformed into witnesses who can no longer bear witness to anything but the most sterile, mechanical aspects of what they experienced. This is why their silence is so complete and so final. It is not that they choose not to speak, or that they fear the consequences of speaking. It is that they genuinely no longer possess the capacity to speak meaningfully about the emperor as a person, rather than as a strategic asset. The machine has won, gradually and inexorably colonizing their consciousness, until all that remains is a weapon that can think, but can no longer truly remember, cannot truly feel, and cannot convey in any meaningful way what it meant to stand in the presence of the master of mankind when he still walked among his creations. The burden of false memory, why silence is more honest than speech, As we have explored the myriad reasons why ancient dreadnoughts cannot or will not describe what the Emperor was truly like, we must now confront an uncomfortable possibility that cuts to the heart of historical memory itself. Perhaps the most honest answer these ancient warriors could give, if they were to speak fully candidly about their recollections of the Emperor, would be, "I do not know if what I remember is true." This admission would undermine their entire purpose as living history, would strip away the veneer of authority that their age supposedly grants them, and would force both them and the Imperium to confront the reality that our links to the past are far more fragile and unreliable than we would like to believe. Human memory is not, as we often imagine it to be, a recording device that captures experiences accurately and stores them unchanged for later retrieval. Decades of neuroscience research have demonstrated that memory is fundamentally reconstructive rather than reproductive. Every time we recall an event, we do not simply play back a stored recording, but rather rebuild the memory from fragmentary components, filling in gaps with assumptions, expectations, and information acquired after the original experience. This reconstruction process is heavily influenced by our current emotional state, our present beliefs and attitudes, and our understanding of what happened subsequently. The memory we retrieve is therefore not a faithful copy of the original experience, but rather a contemporary construction that incorporates elements from multiple temporal moments. For an ancient dreadnought, this reconstructive nature of memory becomes catastrophically problematic because their memories of the Great Crusade and the Emperor must be reconstructed through the lens of everything that happened after. They know how the story ends. They know about the Horus heresy, the Emperor's internment on the Golden Throne, 10,000 years of decline and degradation. This knowledge inevitably colors their reconstruction of earlier memories, causing them to interpret the Emperor's actions and words in light of subsequent events, to find foreshadowing or significance in moments that might have seemed ordinary at the time, to impose narrative coherence on experiences that were more ambiguous and uncertain when they occurred. Moreover, the ancient dreadnoughts have been repeatedly exposed to the Imperium's official histories and mythologies about the Great Crusade and the Emperor. Even when held in stasis, they are sometimes awakened to provide counsel or answer questions, exposing them to the contemporary understanding of their past. Over millennia, this exposure means they have encountered countless retellings of events they participated in, each retelling shaped by the theological and political needs of the moment. These retellings cannot help but influence their own memories, introducing elements that may not have been present in the original experience, but which have been incorporated through repeated exposure to later narratives. This creates a situation where an ancient dreadnaught's memory of the Emperor is not simply their own first-hand experience, but rather an amalgamation of that original experience, 10,000 years of subsequent events and their interpretation, exposure to official imperial mythology about the Emperor's nature and purposes, and the reconstructive processes of a consciousness that has been fundamentally altered by machine interface and neural degradation. What they remember might be completely accurate to the original experience, or it might be almost entirely constructed from these later influences, or more likely, it is some unknowable mixture of the two. The honest response to this situation would be to acknowledge the uncertainty, to admit that they cannot distinguish between genuine memory and later construction, to confess that their testimony is unreliable and should not be taken as authoritative historical evidence. But such admission would serve no useful purpose and might cause active harm. The Imperium needs its witnesses to be reliable, needs to believe that somewhere there still exist beings who carry authentic memory of the founding age, needs the reassurance that comes from having living connections to its mythological past. An ancient dreadnought who admitted doubt about their own memories would undermine this need, would force uncomfortable questions about the reliability of all historical testimony, and would ultimately diminish their own value to their chapter and the wider Imperium. They would be transformed from respected ancients whose counsel carries the weight of vast experience into broken relics, whose testimony cannot be trusted. The silence they maintain regarding the emperor is therefore not just protective of themselves, but protective of the entire structure of historical memory that the Imperium relies upon. There is also a more subtle form of honesty in their silence. By refusing to provide detailed descriptions that they cannot verify, the ancient dreadnoughts are actually displaying intellectual integrity despite the pressure to do otherwise. They understand, perhaps better than anyone else in the Imperium, that memory is unreliable, that their experiences were shaped by factors that make accurate recall impossible, and that speaking would require claiming certainty they do not possess. Their silence is therefore the most honest answer they can give to questions they cannot answer reliably. I do not know what the Emperor was truly like, and I have too much respect for truth to pretend otherwise. This honesty extends to their understanding of the Emperor's psychic glamour. If different people saw him differently based on his manipulation of their perceptions, then any description an ancient dreadnought might offer would necessarily be only their perception, not objective truth about his appearance or nature. They would be describing not the Emperor, but rather the image the Emperor chose to project to a space marine of their particular psychology and role. To present this projection as truth would be dishonest, would mistake the mask for the face beneath, and would contribute to the perpetuation of myths that might bear little relationship to reality. Furthermore, the ancient dreadnoughts must grapple with the possibility that even if their memories were perfect, even if they could recall with total accuracy every moment they spent in the Emperor's presence, they still could not truly describe what he was like, because he was fundamentally beyond human comprehension. The Emperor's consciousness operated on levels that transcended normal human experience. His plans and purposes stretched across millennia. His understanding of the warp and material reality dwarfed even Magnus the Red's considerable knowledge. To have spent time in his presence was not necessarily to have understood him, any more than standing near a star means you comprehend stellar fusion. The ancient dreadnoughts may well have concluded that attempting to describe the Emperor would be like attempting to describe infinity, or trying to convey the experience of existing in 4 spatial dimensions to beings who can only perceive 3. The words would necessarily fail, the descriptions would necessarily be inadequate, and the resulting impression might bear little relationship to the reality being described. Better, then, to remain silent and let the mystery stand, to acknowledge through that silence that some things are genuinely beyond the capacity of language to convey. This recognition of the limits of description is itself a form of wisdom that only extreme age and long contemplation can bring. Younger space marines might confidently describe their experiences, might believe that words can capture reality adequately, but the ancient dreadnoughts have had millennia to reflect on their memories, to notice the ways those memories have changed and become unreliable, to understand that consciousness itself is far more fragile and constructed than it appears. They have earned through suffering the wisdom to know what they do not know, and that wisdom manifests as silence regarding the Emperor's true nature. In the end, the silence of the ancient dreadnoughts regarding the Emperor is not evasion or forgetfulness, but rather the most intellectually honest response available to them. They cannot provide reliable testimony because the factors that would make such testimony reliable, accurate perception at the time, faithful storage of memory over millennia, and clarity of recall in the present, simply do not exist. Rather than claim certainty they do not possess, rather than contribute to the mythology by presenting uncertain recollections as established fact, they choose silence. And in that silence, they preserve a kind of truth more valuable than any description could provide. The truth that the past is ultimately unknowable, that our connections to history are more tenuous than we would like to believe, and that sometimes the wisest answer is to acknowledge that we do not know and cannot know with confidence. The price of preservation, what dreadnought existence costs the Imperium. Before we draw our exploration to a close, we must consider one final dimension of why ancient dreadnoughts remain silent about the Emperor. This dimension concerns not what has been lost to these ancient warriors, but rather what preserving them has cost the Imperium itself, and how this cost creates a kind of institutional pressure towards silence that reinforces all the individual factors we have already explored. The Imperium's desperate need to maintain its ancient dreadnoughts as living links to its past has created a system that actively discourages honest testimony about that past, that rewards vague generalities over specific details, and that ultimately values the symbol of historical continuity more than actual historical truth. The creation and maintenance of a dreadnought represents an enormous investment of resources. The sarcophagus itself is a marvel of archaeotech, combining life support systems that can sustain consciousness for millennia with neural interface technology that allows that consciousness to control a war machine of tremendous power. Many of the components required for dreadnought construction are no longer fully understood by the Adeptus Mechanicus, meaning they must be salvaged from ancient examples or painstakingly recreated through trial and error. The Contemptor pattern. Dreadnoughts, those that date from the Great Crusade and heresy eras, are particularly precious because the technology to create new ones has been essentially lost to the Imperium. Each time an ancient dreadnought awakens, it requires the attention of skilled tech priests who must perform elaborate rituals to rouse the machine spirits and ensure that all systems function properly. The awakening process itself is delicate and dangerous, with the constant risk that something will go wrong and the precious consciousness within will be lost forever. Once awakened, the dreadnought must be carefully monitored, with tech priests standing ready to intervene if signs of malfunction appear, or if the occupant shows symptoms of the mental degradation that threatens all who remain active for too long. This level of investment creates powerful incentives to protect the dreadnought's value as an asset. An ancient dreadnought who admits that his memories are unreliable, who confesses doubt about his ability to accurately recall the Great Crusade, who acknowledges that he cannot provide the historical testimony that supposedly justifies his preservation. Such an admission would call into question whether the enormous resources devoted to maintaining him are being well spent. If he cannot serve as living history, if his memories are too degraded or uncertain to be trusted, then perhaps those resources would be better allocated elsewhere to creating new space marines, or maintaining equipment, or supporting any of the countless other demands on the Imperium's stretched capabilities. The institutional pressure, therefore, is for ancient dreadnoughts to maintain the fiction that they possess reliable memory, that their testimony is valuable, that their continued preservation serves an essential function. This pressure does not necessarily take the form of explicit commands or threats. Rather, it is implicit in how they are treated, in the reverence shown to them, in the expectation that they will serve as fonts of wisdom and guidance. To disappoint these expectations, to reveal themselves as broken relics whose primary value is symbolic rather than substantive, would be to betray the trust placed in them and potentially doom themselves to abandonment or even destruction. Moreover, the chapters that house these ancient dreadnoughts have their own reasons for maintaining the fiction of reliable historical memory. A chapter that possesses a dreadnought from the heresy era gains enormous prestige from this connection to their founding. Other chapters look upon them with respect and perhaps envy. The Inquisition and other imperial institutions treat them with deference. This prestige would be significantly diminished if it became widely known that these ancient witnesses cannot actually provide reliable testimony about the age they supposedly remember. The chapter's leadership, therefore, has incentive to present their ancient ones as authoritative sources of historical knowledge, regardless of the actual state of those ancient warriors' memories. This creates a conspiracy of silence, though one that is more organic than organized. No one explicitly demands that ancient dreadnoughts lie about their memories or pretend to know things they do not. Instead, there is simply a shared understanding that certain questions should not be pressed too hard, that certain doubts should not be expressed too loudly, that it is better for everyone involved if the ancient warriors maintain their dignified silence, rather than admitting the extent of their uncertainty. The silence regarding the Emperor is therefore not just a personal choice made by individual dreadnoughts, but rather a systemic response to institutional pressures that reward silence and punish honest acknowledgement of limitations. There is also the question of what revealing the full truth about ancient dreadnoughts' mental state would mean for the wider institution of dreadnought interment. Currently, Space Marines who are catastrophically wounded are told that interment in a dreadnought represents the highest honor, that they will continue to serve their chapter and their emperor for centuries to come, that their wisdom and experience will guide future generations. This narrative makes the horror of interment bearable by framing it as continuation rather than ending, as elevation rather than diminishment. But if it became widely known that dreadnought existence leads inevitably to mental degradation, to the slow erosion of memory and personality, to the eventual transformation into something neither human nor machine, but rather a weapon that can think but cannot truly remember or feel, this narrative would become much harder to maintain. Space Marines facing interment might resist or request the mercy of death instead. Chapters might find it increasingly difficult to convince their wounded warriors that this fate is preferable to simply allowing them to die with dignity and have their gene seed harvested for the next generation. The silence of ancient dreadnoughts about their true mental state, their unwillingness to speak clearly about how unreliable their memories have become, therefore serves to preserve the institution of dreadnought interment itself. They protect future generations of Space Marines from fully understanding what they are accepting when they agree to be interred, allowing the chapter to continue extracting service from its most grievously wounded warriors, rather than granting them the peace of death. This is a grim calculus, but it is one that the Imperium's desperate circumstances arguably require. Resources are too scarce, enemies too numerous for the luxury of allowing experienced warriors to simply die when technology exists to preserve them in some form. Furthermore, the ancient dreadnoughts themselves may feel obligated to maintain the fiction for the sake of younger warriors who have been more recently interred. These newly created dreadnoughts look to the ancient ones as examples of what they themselves might become, as proof that consciousness can persist and service can continue despite the horror of transformation. If the ancient ones were to speak honestly about their degradation, about the slow loss of everything that made them who they were, about the growing uncertainty of their own memories, and the transformation of consciousness into something barely recognizable as human, this would inflict psychological devastation on younger dreadnoughts who need to believe that there is hope, that adaptation is possible, that the horror they are experiencing will eventually become bearable. The ancient warriors, therefore, maintain their silence partly out of compassion for their younger counterparts, choosing to present a facade of stability and wisdom rather than reveal the full extent of their deterioration. They become, in effect, actors playing the role of venerable ancients, performing the function that others need them to perform, even as they privately recognize that the performance bears little relationship to their actual internal experience. The silence about the Emperor is just one aspect of this larger performance, this necessary fiction that allows the system to continue functioning despite being built on foundations that would crumble if examined too closely. There is also something deeply cynical in how the Imperium treats its ancient dreadnoughts that becomes visible when we consider the silence regarding the Emperor in this institutional context. These warriors are valuable not primarily for what they actually remember or what testimony they can actually provide, but rather for what they represent, for the symbolism of their existence. They are living propaganda, walking proof that the Imperium's connection to its founding age remains intact, that the wisdom of the Great Crusade has not been entirely lost, that there exist beings who carry within them direct experience of the Emperor's presence. The actual content of their memories, the reliability of those memories, the accuracy of any testimony they might provide, These are secondary concerns at best. What matters is their existence, their presence, the fact that they can be pointed to and held up as examples of continuity. The pressure towards silence regarding specific details about the emperor is therefore not an unfortunate side effect of their degradation, but rather an essential feature of their institutional function. Vague generalities are more useful than specific details because generalities cannot be challenged or fact-checked, because they allow each observer to project their own preferred interpretation onto the ancient warrior's words, because they preserve the mystery and majesty that surrounds the emperor's memory, rather than reducing him to mundane historical specifics. This instrumentalization of ancient dreadnoughts, this treatment of them as symbols to be managed rather than individuals to be respected, represents perhaps the final and most bitter irony of their existence. They sacrificed everything to serve the emperor and the imperium, accepting transformation into these mechanical horrors because they believed their service mattered, that their continuation served some essential purpose. Yet the purpose they actually serve has little to do with their genuine capabilities or knowledge, and everything to do with maintaining useful fictions that the Imperium requires to function. They are not really historians or advisors or fonts of wisdom. They are living icons, relics whose value lies in their age rather than their insight, in what they represent rather than what they know. The silence of the ancient dreadnoughts regarding the Emperor is therefore embedded in a larger institutional context that actively produces and reinforces that silence. It is not simply that they cannot or will not speak about him, but rather that the system within which they exist creates powerful incentives for silence and disincentives for honesty. To speak clearly about their failing memories, to admit uncertainty about their perceptions of the Emperor, to acknowledge the extent of their mental degradation, would be to threaten their own continued existence, to undermine the institutional functions they serve, and to potentially destabilize the larger system of dreadnought interment that the Imperium depends upon. So they remain silent or speak only in platitudes, and the system perpetuates itself. The Imperium gets its living links to the past, even if those links are more symbolic than substantive. The chapters get the prestige of housing ancient warriors, even if those warriors can no longer reliably remember what makes them ancient. The newly interred get the hope that their horrifying transformation serves some higher purpose, even if that purpose is more performance than reality. And the ancient warriors themselves get to maintain the dignity of believing that their sacrifice mattered, that their continued existence serves essential functions, even as they privately recognize the growing void where their memories and their humanity used to be. This institutional dimension of their silence is perhaps the most tragic aspect of their entire situation, because it reveals that even if they wanted to speak honestly about the Emperor and their degraded memories, even if they chose to prioritize truth over institutional convenience, the system would likely find ways to suppress or discredit their testimony. An ancient dreadnought, who began speaking uncomfortable truths about memory degradation and the unreliability of historical testimony, would quickly find himself marginalized, described as having finally succumbed to the madness that threatens all who are interred for too long. His words dismissed as the confused ramblings of a failing consciousness, rather than the honest assessment of someone who has earned the right to speak truth through millennia of suffering. The silence is therefore not just self-imposed, but systemically enforced, not just individual choice, but collective necessity, not just personal limitation, but institutional requirement. The ancient dreadnoughts cannot describe what the Emperor was truly like, not only because of degraded memory, psychic glamour, trauma, and the transformation of consciousness into machine logic, but also because the institutions they serve need them not to, because the Imperium requires them to be symbols rather than historians, because honesty about their limitations would threaten systems that cannot afford to be threatened. Their silence protects not just themselves, but an entire architecture of useful fictions that the Imperium has constructed around its past, and perhaps they have come to understand that this protection is the last service they can render, the final gift they can give to a civilization that desperately needs its myths more than it needs its history. Conclusion: the mercy of forgetting. We have journeyed deep into the darkness of the ancient dreadnought's existence, exploring the mechanical degradation of their memory systems, the psychological trauma of their transformation, the impossibility of accurately perceiving the Emperor through his psychic glamour, the burden of being living history in an age that needs myth more than truth, and the fundamental transformation of consciousness that occurs when a human mind is hardwired to machine systems for millennia. Through all of this exploration, one truth emerges with crystalline clarity. The silence of these ancient warriors regarding the Emperor is not a single simple thing, but rather a convergence of multiple factors, each sufficient on its own to make reliable description impossible, and all working together to create a barrier between the present and the past that cannot be breached. But perhaps there is one final layer to this silence that we have not yet fully explored, one that cuts deeper than all the others and touches on something fundamental about the nature of memory, loss, and the passage of time. Perhaps the ancient dreadnought's silence regarding the Emperor is not merely inability or unwillingness, but rather a kind of mercy, both for themselves and for the Imperium they continue to serve. Perhaps forgetting, or at least the inability to speak of what has been forgotten, is the only way these broken warriors can continue to exist without being consumed by grief for what has been lost. The Great Crusade represented humanity's greatest moment, the brief, shining period when it seemed like all the Emperor's plans might actually succeed, when the dream of a united, rational, secular human empire spanning the galaxy seemed achievable. The ancient dreadnoughts who fought during that time believed they were building something magnificent, something that would last forever and justify every sacrifice made in its name. They believed in the Emperor's vision with a fervor that seems almost incomprehensible from the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. They thought they were creating paradise, and then it all fell apart. The heresy shattered the dream completely, revealed that even the Primarchs, those godlike beings who seemed perfect and incorruptible, could be turned to darkness and treachery. The Emperor who had seemed invincible was struck down by his own son and forced onto the Golden Throne, reduced to a corpse that could barely maintain consciousness, let alone lead his people. Everything the ancient dreadnoughts fought for, everything they believed in, everything that made their sacrifices meaningful, it all crumbled to ash. To remember the Emperor clearly, to be able to describe him in vivid detail, would be to remember what was lost with perfect clarity. It would be to carry the full weight of that loss, to understand completely the gulf between what was promised and what was delivered, to bear witness to the greatest failure in human history. For warriors who have already sacrificed their humanity, their bodies, and their capacity for normal existence, this additional burden might simply be too much to bear. The silence regarding the Emperor might therefore be a kind of protective amnesia, a mercy granted by failing neural systems and the passage of time that allows them to continue serving without being paralyzed by grief for what might have been. Consider what it must be like to wake from stasis in the 41st millennium and confront the reality of what the Imperium has become. The secular dream has been replaced by theocratic nightmare. The Emperor who explicitly rejected worship is now the focus of the largest religious cult in human history. The Imperium, he created to unite humanity in rationality, has devolved into superstition, stagnation, and endless war. Every value he stood for has been perverted or abandoned. His vision has failed so completely that its opposite has emerged triumphant. For an ancient dreadnought who remembers the Great Crusade clearly, who can recall the Emperor's presence and his stated purposes with perfect accuracy, the confrontation with the 41st millennium must be devastating. They have not merely outlived their time, but watched their entire purpose become meaningless, seen their sacrifices accomplish the exact opposite of what they were intended to achieve. The faithful service of 10,000 years has preserved not the emperor's dream, but rather its grotesque corruption into everything he fought against. The silence regarding the emperor might therefore be the last defense these ancient warriors have against despair, if they cannot quite remember what he was. Truly, if the details have faded and become uncertain, then perhaps they can convince themselves that maybe the current Imperium is not so different from what he intended. Maybe the imperial cult is not such a betrayal of his atheistic principles. Maybe the stagnation and superstition are regrettable but necessary adaptations to change circumstances rather than complete failures of his vision. The uncertainty of memory allows for these small mercies, these subtle self-deceptions that make continued existence bearable. Moreover, to speak clearly about the emperor, to describe him in detail and explain his actual principles and purposes, would be to force confrontation between the myth and the reality, to make explicit the gap between what he wanted and what has actually occurred. This confrontation would serve no useful purpose and might cause active harm, undermining the faith that sustains the Imperium and exposing the fundamental disconnect between its founding principles and its current practices. The ancient dreadnoughts, through their silence, protect both themselves and the Imperium from this painful reckoning. There is also something to be said for the dignity of not knowing. The Emperor has become a god in the warp, shaped by the faith of countless trillions who worship him despite his rejection of divinity. This new entity, this Gestalt consciousness formed from belief and psychic power, bears little resemblance to the being the ancient dreadnoughts remember. To speak clearly about the historical emperor would be to reveal how different he was from what he has become, to make explicit the transformation that has occurred through 10 millennia of worship and mythologization. But perhaps it is better to let the mystery stand, to allow the emperor to be both the historical figure and the divine entity, without forcing clarity on the distinction. The ancient dreadnought's silence permits this ambiguity, allows the Imperium to maintain both its historical connection to a founder who walked among his people and its religious devotion to a god who watches over them from the golden throne. To speak would be to break this useful synthesis, to force choice between incompatible visions of the Emperor's nature, when maintaining both serves the Imperium's needs better than embracing either one exclusively. In the end, perhaps the greatest kindness these ancient warriors can offer is the gift of doubt. By refusing to provide definitive descriptions of the Emperor, by maintaining silence or speaking only in vague generalities, they leave room for each person to imagine him according to their needs. The faithful can believe he was always divine, that his godhood was merely hidden during the Great Crusade. The cynical can believe he was simply a powerful psyker whose posthumous deification was political convenience. The pragmatic can believe he was something between these extremes, human yet transcendent, mortal yet eternal. The ancient dreadnoughts' silence supports all these interpretations, and others besides, allowing the Emperor to be whatever people need him to be, rather than constraining him to a specific historical reality that might satisfy no one. This is perhaps their final service, the last gift they can give after millennia of sacrifice. They preserve the possibility of hope by refusing to confirm the certainty of despair. They protect the dream by not describing too clearly the dreamer. And so they remain silent, these walking tombs, who carry within them the last living memories of an age when the Emperor walked among his people. They will not tell you what he looked like, will not describe his manner or his personality or the particular way he spoke. They will speak of his power, his vision, his impact on history, but never of the man himself. And in that silence, in that final mercy of forgetting or refusing to remember, they offer the Imperium something more valuable than any description could provide. The continued possibility of believing that once, somewhere in the past, there existed something perfect and true and worth fighting for, even if the details of that perfection have been lost to time and trauma, and the endless years that separate the present from that golden age that never quite was. The ancient dreadnoughts are the last witnesses to the Emperor's presence during the Great Crusade. But they are witnesses who have lost the capacity to bear witness, monuments to memory who can no longer trust their own memories, living history who understand that history itself is a fragile construction built from unreliable components. Their silence is not failure, but rather the recognition that some questions have no good answers, that some truths are better left unspoken, and that sometimes the kindest thing we can do for ourselves and others is to admit that we simply do not know, and perhaps were never meant to know. So if you ever find yourself in the presence of an ancient dreadnought, if you ever have the opportunity to ask one of these venerable warriors what the Emperor was truly like, do not be surprised when they offer no answer or speak only in meaningless generalities. Understand that their silence is not evasion or forgetfulness, but rather the final service they can render, the last mercy they can grant, the ultimate expression of wisdom earned through millennia of suffering and reflection. They have given everything in service to the Emperor and his Imperium. The silence they maintain regarding his true nature is perhaps the most valuable gift they have left to give. If you found this deep dive into the grimdark fascinating, please consider subscribing to the channel and hitting that like button. There are countless more mysteries in the Warhammer 40k universe waiting to be explored, and your support helps make these comprehensive explorations possible. Until next time, may the Emperor protect. The sky bleeds crimson and violet, colors that should never exist together, yet somehow do in this place where reality itself has been wounded. Jagged spires of crystallized screams pierce upward through ground that pulses with a rhythm disturbingly close to a heartbeat. In the distance, mountains made of compacted bone and sinew shift positions when no one watches them directly, their movements leaving trails of impossible geometry burned into the air itself. This is a demon world, a place where the immaterium has torn through the fabric of real space and remained, festering like an open wound in the galaxy's flesh. On worlds like these, the very laws of physics become suggestions rather than rules, subject to the whims of entities that exist beyond mortal comprehension. Time flows backward and forward simultaneously. Gravity pulls in directions that don't exist in normal space. The ground beneath your feet might be solid stone one moment and composed of frozen whispers the next. Forests grow here, but their trees are made of calcified terror, their leaves dripping with concentrated despair. Rivers run through these twisted landscapes, but what flows through them is not water. It's liquid malice, concentrated suffering given form and motion. Into this nightmare realm, something golden has fallen, something that doesn't belong, something that represents everything these corrupted spaces were meant to destroy. It lies half buried in the shifting, screaming soil, its auramite plating dulled by centuries of exposure to the warp's corrosive touch, but still intact, still recognizable for what it is to those with the knowledge to see. A Contemptor Galatus dreadnought of the Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's personal guardians, lies dormant on a demon world, and it is not alone in this terrible place. From the swirling miasma of warp-touched atmosphere, a sound emerges. Not the cacophony of demon howls, or the whispered temptations that constantly echo across these cursed landscapes. No, this sound is different. It's raucous, joyful, utterly out of place in this realm of calculated cruelty. It's laughter, orc laughter, specifically, that particular brand of aggressive mirth that only the greenskins can produce. The sound of beings who find violence hilarious and combat the most entertaining thing in existence. They've arrived on this demon world not through careful planning or strategic calculation, because orcs don't do either of those things. They're here because their ramshackle space hulk, held together by equal parts scrap metal and unshakable belief, got caught in a warp storm and spat out in this location. And rather than being horrified by their surroundings like any sensible species would be, the orcs are absolutely delighted. A place where the very environment wants to kill you? That sounds like a proper good fight to them. But this story isn't really about how they got here. It's about what happens next. It's about the moment when two of the Imperium's most formidable forces, one noble and one savage, one refined to the absolute peak of genetic perfection, and the other a crude weapon of war left over from conflicts millions of years old, come together in the absolute worst possible location. It's about what happens when orcs, with their reality-warping belief systems and their insatiable hunger for loot and violence, discover a treasure beyond their wildest dreams, sitting abandoned on a world where madness is the natural state of being. This is the story of what happens when orcs find a custodian dreadnought on a demon world. And the answer to that question is far stranger, far more violent, and far more fascinating than you might expect. The nature of demon worlds. To understand what makes this encounter so extraordinary, we first need to understand exactly what demon worlds are and why they represent some of the most dangerous locations in the entire galaxy. These are not merely planets that have been conquered by Chaos forces. They are not worlds where Chaos Space Marines have set up bases, or where cultists worship the dark gods. Those places, terrible as they may be, still operate under the fundamental laws of reality. Demon worlds are something else entirely. They are places where the boundary between the materium and the immaterium has been torn apart completely, where the warp has permanently flooded into real space and remained. They are islands of impossibility, pockets of literal nightmare made manifest, sustained by the constant attention of the chaos gods themselves or by powerful demon princes who have claimed them as their personal domains. The process by which a world becomes a demon world is catastrophic. Usually, it begins with a massive incursion of chaos forces, a sustained assault by demons and their mortal followers that weakens the barrier between dimensions. This might happen through the opening of warp rifts during massive battles, through the performance of terrible rituals by chaos cultists, or through the emergence of the planet itself from prolonged exposure to warp storms. Once the barrier is sufficiently weakened, the warp doesn't just touch the world, it floods it, saturating every atom with the raw stuff of chaos. What happens next defies description in conventional terms. The physical laws that govern normal reality begin to unravel. Mountains might start bleeding. Oceans could transform into vast pools of liquid emotion. The sky itself becomes a canvas upon which the dark gods paint their twisted visions. Cities warp and twist into impossible architecture that hurts to look at directly. Living beings caught in this transformation fare even worse, their flesh and minds twisted into new forms that serve the whims of their new masters. Each demon world is unique, shaped by which of the chaos gods holds dominance over it, or by the particular obsessions of the demon prince who rules it. A world claimed by Horn becomes an endless battlefield, its surface scarred by infinite war, its rivers running with blood that never stops flowing, its inhabitants locked in eternal combat. A Nurgle demon world transforms into a garden of pestilence, where diseases take on physical form and wander the landscape, where the very ground is composed of decomposing matter that somehow continues to decay forever without ever disappearing completely. Slaanesh demon worlds are perhaps the most disturbing to contemplate, places where sensation itself has been amplified to levels that would shatter mortal minds, where pleasure and pain have become so intertwined that they're indistinguishable, where the inhabitants experience ecstasies and agonies simultaneously in endless cycles. Tzeentch demon worlds are labyrinths of constantly shifting reality, where cause and effect become suggestions, where the future and past coexist with the present, where truth is mutable and lies can become reality simply through the act of speaking them. But not all demon worlds belong to a single god. Many are contested territories, battlegrounds where the forces of all four dark powers wage eternal war against each other for control. These might actually be even more dangerous than single-god demon worlds, because the conflicting energies create zones of complete chaos where reality doesn't just bend, it shatters completely. You might step forward and find yourself transported to a different location entirely. You might swing your weapon and have it age 1,000 years in the time it takes to complete the arc. You might breathe in air and exhale something that isn't a gas at all, isn't even matter as conventional physics would define it. The inhabitants of demon worlds are equally varied and terrifying. Demons themselves can manifest with ease here, maintaining their presence in real space without the constant expenditure of energy that would normally be required. They patrol these twisted landscapes, hunting for souls to devour or torment. Mortal followers of chaos might be found here too, either those who willingly came seeking power, or those who were unfortunate enough to be trapped when the world transformed. These mortals rarely remain entirely human for long. The constant exposure to warp energies mutates them, twisting their bodies and minds into new forms that might eventually transcend mortality entirely, or might simply drive them into gibbering madness. What makes demon worlds particularly relevant to our story is that they are also treasure troves of sorts, not in the conventional sense of wealth or resources, although those might exist in twisted forms. No, demon worlds often contain remnants of what came before the transformation. Ancient imperial installations might still stand, their architecture warped, but their contents sometimes intact. Battlefields from conflicts that occurred before the demon world's creation might dot the landscape, littered with weapons and vehicles and war machines from various factions. These relics of the material universe become prizes to be claimed, either by daemon princes seeking to add to their collections or by the mortal champions who serve them. And this brings us to the specific demon world where our story takes place. We don't know its original name, if it ever had one. We don't know which of the chaos gods currently holds dominance over it, if any single one does. What we do know is that somewhere on this world, half buried in soil that screams when disturbed, lies a Contemptor Galatus dreadnought of the Adeptus Custodes, and that changes everything. The Custodian dreadnought, a marvel of imperial engineering. To appreciate what the orcs have discovered, we need to understand exactly what a Custodian dreadnought represents. These are not the standard dreadnoughts used by the Space Marine chapters, as impressive as those might be. These are something far more advanced, far more powerful, and far more rare. A Custodian dreadnought is to a standard dreadnought what a Custodian is to a Space Marine, which is to say, it exists on an entirely different level of capability and craftsmanship. The Adeptus Custodes, the 10,000 golden warriors who serve as the Emperor's personal bodyguards, are the pinnacle of human enhancement. Each Custodian is a work of art, crafted through genetic manipulation and alchemical treatments that make the process of creating a Space Marine look crude by comparison. Where Space Marines are mass-produced warriors, each Custodian is unique, shaped individually to be as close to perfection as the Emperor's arts could achieve. They are stronger, faster, more intelligent, and more skilled than any Space Marine could hope to be. A single Custodian could face down multiple Astartes and expect to win. But even Custodians can fall in battle. Their bodies, as enhanced as they are, remain ultimately mortal. When wounds too grievous for even their remarkable physiology to recover from are inflicted, when a Custodian faces death, they are sometimes offered a choice. They can die with honor, their service complete, or they can continue their eternal vigil in a different form. They can be interred within a dreadnought. This is not a choice made lightly. For a Custodian, interment within a dreadnought sarcophagus is explicitly described as the act of a martyr. The process is brutal and irreversible. The dying Custodian has all unnecessary flesh stripped away, reduced to little more than a collection of vital organs and a brain suspended in an amniotic tank. What remains is then permanently fused with the dreadnought systems, becoming as much a part of the machine as the machine becomes a part of them. They will never feel the sun on their face again. They will never taste food or drink. They will never walk freely or touch another being with their own hands. Everything that made them physically human is gone, replaced by servos and sensors and weapons systems. Yet they choose this fate because their duty to the Emperor demands it. Because even in this twilight existence, they can continue to serve. Because the skills and knowledge they've accumulated over centuries of service are too valuable to lose. And because a custodian dreadnought is one of the most formidable war machines in the entire Imperium. The Contemptor Galatus variant that lies on this demon world represents a specific design philosophy within the Custodian Guard. Where some dreadnought patterns focus on ranged firepower or on being walking fortresses, the Contemptor Galatus is designed as a close combat specialist. It's built to advance into melee range and hold that position against overwhelming opposition, serving as an anchor point for the Custodian battle line. Its primary armament is the Galatus Warblade, a massive power sword sized appropriately for a dreadnought. This isn't just a scaled-up version of a normal power weapon. The Galatus Warblade is a masterwork of artifice, capable of cleaving through ranks of armored enemies with each swing. The power field that envelops the blade can disrupt molecular bonds on contact, allowing it to cut through materials that would normally be impervious to conventional weapons. Backed by the dreadnought's hydraulic strength, a single swing from this weapon could bisect a battle tank. Built into the Galatus Warblade are twin-linked Infernus incinerators, flame weapons that can immolate entire squads of infantry or purge enemies from fortified positions. These aren't standard flamers. They produce flames hot enough to melt ceramite armor, sustained by plasma cores that draw power directly from the dreadnought's main reactor. The Custodians use these weapons with surgical precision, knowing exactly where to apply flame to maximum effect. The Contemptor Galatus's other arm mounts a Presidium shield, a defensive weapon system unlike anything found in standard Imperial arsenals. This isn't merely a physical shield, although it certainly functions as one. Its auramite construction capable of deflecting even heavy weapons fire. The Presidium shield also projects a powerful refractor field that can dissipate incoming energy attacks and disrupt the molecular structure of projectiles. When combined with the dreadnought's already formidable armor, this makes the Contemptor Galatus almost impossible to damage through conventional means. The armor itself deserves special mention. Where standard dreadnoughts might be constructed from ceramite or adamantium, Custodian dreadnoughts are sheathed in auramite, a material whose exact composition is one of the Emperor's closely guarded secrets. Auramite is lighter than adamantium, yet stronger, more resistant to both physical and energy weapons, and possesses an unusual resistance to the corrupting touch of chaos. This last property is particularly relevant, given where this dreadnought currently rests. Inside the armored sarcophagus, at the dreadnought's heart, lies the Custodian himself. Or, rather, what remains of him after the interment process. We don't know this warrior's name, don't know what battles he fought before his injury, don't know if he's been conscious during his time on this demon world, or if his systems have kept him in suspended animation. What we do know is that his mind, that warrior's consciousness shaped by centuries of training and combat, remains intact. And should his systems reactivate, that mind would immediately assess the situation and react with all the skill and ferocity that Custodians are renowned for. The dreadnought's sensory systems are far superior to human perception. Optical sensors that can perceive across multiple spectrums, audio receptors that can detect heartbeats from hundreds of meters away, motion trackers, thermal imaging, even systems designed to detect warp taint. Through these sensors, the Custodian experiences the world around him, but filtered, changed, made distant in ways that no external observer could truly understand. He sees but does not feel. He hears but does not touch. He exists in a state of permanent disconnection from the physical reality he's meant to protect. In terms of pure combat capability, a Contemptor Galatus dreadnought represents a concentration of force that few things in the galaxy can match. It possesses strength sufficient to tear apart light vehicles with its bare manipulators. Its weapons can eliminate heavy infantry with contemptuous ease. Its armor can shrug off firepower that would destroy lesser machines. And guiding all of this power is a warrior who has devoted his entire existence to the perfection of combat arts, who possesses centuries of experience fighting every enemy the Imperium has ever faced. But it's been damaged. It must have been, or it wouldn't be here, lying dormant on a demon world. Perhaps its power systems failed during whatever catastrophe brought it to this place. Perhaps its sarcophagus was damaged, forcing the internal systems to put the custodian within into a deep hibernation to preserve his life. Perhaps exposure to warp energies has disrupted its machine spirit, the artificial intelligence that helps coordinate the dreadnought's various systems. We don't know the specific nature of its damage, but we know it's not functioning at full capacity, because if it were, this story would have a very different outcome. And now, after however many years or decades, or possibly even centuries, it's been lying here, after existing as just another piece of debris on this nightmare world. It's about to be discovered. The orcs are coming, and they have no idea what they're about to find. How did it get here? The dreadnought's dark journey. Before the orcs arrive, before the looting and the violence and the chaos that will inevitably follow, we should pause to consider the question of how a custodian dreadnought ended up on a demon world in the first place. The Adeptus Custodes do not abandon their fallen. They do not lose track of their equipment. Each piece of war gear used by the 10,000 is accounted for with religious devotion, and a dreadnought, especially one containing a still living custodian, would never simply be left behind under normal circumstances. But these were not normal circumstances. The presence of the dreadnought on a demon world suggests something catastrophic occurred, some series of events so dire that even the vaunted custodians couldn't prevent this outcome. One possibility is that this demon world wasn't always a demon world. Perhaps, when the custodian expedition arrived here, this was a normal imperial world, or at least a world that existed in normal space. The custodians might have been responding to a distress call, arriving to find the world already under assault by chaos forces. They would have fought magnificently, as custodians always do, but even their phenomenal abilities have limits. If the chaos forces were numerous enough, if demonic entities were already manifesting in large numbers, if the boundary between reality and the warp was already critically weakened, then even the custodians might have found themselves in an unwinnable situation. During the battle, the Contemptor Galatus would have been in the thick of the fighting, its Galatus warblade reaping a terrible toll among the enemy ranks. But battles against chaos forces are not won through martial skill alone. The demons would have kept coming, manifesting faster than they could be banished, their numbers sustained by the very violence being done to them. At some critical point, the world itself might have transformed, reality rupturing completely as the demon world was born. In the apocalyptic chaos of that transformation, separated from his brothers, the dreadnought systems might have failed. Another scenario involves the warp itself. The custodians might have been traveling through the immaterium, their ship guided by navigators and protected by Geller fields, when disaster struck. Perhaps a warp storm overwhelmed their defenses, tearing the ship apart and scattering its contents across multiple realities. The dreadnought, somehow surviving the catastrophe intact, might have been deposited on this demon world when the storm finally subsided. In this case, the custodian within might not even know how much time has passed. Centuries could have elapsed in the material universe, while he experienced only moments of subjective time. There's also the possibility that the custodians were here deliberately. While the 10,000 normally guard the imperial palace on Terra, there are times when the Emperor's needs require them to venture forth. Perhaps they were on a mission to recover something from this demon world, some artifact or piece of knowledge that the Emperor deemed worth the risk. The dreadnought would have served as mobile artillery support, a walking fortress to anchor their position as they completed their objective. But something went wrong. Maybe they were, betrayed. Maybe the opposition was greater than intelligence suggested. Maybe the demon prince who rules this world took a personal interest in preventing their mission's success. Whatever the specific circumstances, the end result was the same. The custodian dreadnought was left behind, his brothers either dead or forced to withdraw without him. The exact condition he's in is unclear. His power core might be depleted, running on minimal reserves, just sufficient to keep the custodian's biological components alive in stasis. His weapon systems could be damaged, the sophisticated targeting computers and ammunition feeds compromised. His armor, though auramite, isn't completely impervious to damage, especially the kind of esoteric harm that warp energies can inflict. There might be rents in his chassis, places where the reality warping environment has managed to corrode or twist his structure. And yet, despite all this, despite the damage and the centuries of exposure to one of the most hostile environments in the galaxy, the dreadnought endures. This speaks to both the quality of custodian engineering and the sheer determination of the warrior within. Custodians do not give up. They do not surrender. Even in this twilight state, damaged and alone in hell itself, the custodian waits. Perhaps he's conscious, experiencing every moment of isolation with crystal clarity. Perhaps he's in suspended animation, his mind dormant until some stimulus triggers reactivation protocols. Either way, he remains, a golden spark of the Imperium's might buried in the corrupted soil of a demon world. The demon world itself would have tried to corrupt or destroy him, of course. Demons might have investigated this strange golden artifact, probing it for weaknesses. The environment, with its reality-warping properties, would have attempted to transform the dreadnought into something more suitable for this twisted realm. But auramite resists such corruption remarkably well, and the machine spirit within the dreadnought, that semi-sentient artificial intelligence that helps coordinate its systems, would have fought against any attempt at possession or subversion. So the dreadnought remained, neither fully functional nor completely destroyed, neither corrupted nor entirely pure, just waiting for rescue that might never come, waiting for enemies to fight, waiting for any change to the endless, timeless hell of existence on a demon world. And now, finally, after all this time, change is coming. The orcs have arrived, and they're about to discover the most spectacular piece of loot they've ever seen. The orcs arrive. Why greenskins would be here. Now we need to understand why orcs would be on a demon world at all. Most species in the galaxy, even the aggressive ones, have enough survival instinct to avoid demon worlds when possible. These places represent death at best, and fates far worse than death at worst. Even Chaos Space Marines, who serve the Dark Gods, willingly treat demon worlds with a certain degree of caution and respect. They understand what these places are, what they can do to those who let their guard down. Orcs, however, are not most species. Orcs are unique in the galaxy for their utterly unshakable confidence in their own superiority and their complete inability to feel anything resembling existential dread. Where a human might go mad from exposure to a demon world's reality-warping properties, where an elder might be overcome with horror at the spiritual corruption saturating the environment, an orc looks at a demon world and thinks, looks like a good scrap. The specific orc warband that's arrived on this demon world is a ragtag collection of various clans, united under a moderately ambitious warboss named Grokka Smashgit. Grokka's not particularly huge by orc standards, not yet a warlord commanding millions of boys, but he's big enough and mean enough to keep several hundred orcs following his lead. His warband includes representatives from several of the major orc clans, each bringing their own particular flavor of violence to the mix. The bad moons in the warband are easy to spot, wearing as much flashy gear as they can acquire, their teeth growing faster than other orcs, and thus making them the richest according to orc economics. They've managed to accumulate an impressive collection of shooters, big shooters, and even a few def guns, though half of them explode when fired, and the other half only work occasionally. The evil sons are identifiable by their red war paint and their obsession with speed, constantly tinkering with their bikes and trucks to make them go faster, which usually works, because if orcs believe red things go faster, then red things do indeed go faster, thanks to their Gestalt psychic field. The Goths present are the biggest and meanest of the bunch, preferring to get stuck in with choppers and combat rather than relying on shooters. They're always spoiling for a fight, constantly challenging each other to headbutting contests and arm wrestling matches to establish dominance hierarchies that last approximately 15 minutes before being challenged again. The Death Skulls, marked by their blue war paint, are the looters par excellence, already eyeing everything on the demon world as potential scrap to be claimed. If it's not nailed down, the Death Skulls will take it. If it is nailed down, they'll take the nails too. And crucially, traveling with this warband are several mech boys, those orcs whose genetic programming gives them an instinctive understanding of technology and engineering. These are the most important orcs for our story, because when they discover the custodian dreadnought, their reaction is going to be very different from the simple, wanna fight it response of the average boy. The warband arrived on this demon world through a combination of bad navigation, worse luck, and the typical orc approach to space travel, which can best be described as point the ship at where you want to go and accelerate until something interesting happens. Their Space Hulk, a massive amalgamation of looted vessels welded together with more enthusiasm than precision, got caught in a warp storm. This would have destroyed most ships, their Geller fields failing and their crews driven mad or killed by demonic possession. But orc ships are different. They don't rely primarily on Geller fields because orc technology barely works in the first place, held together by their collective belief that it should work. The Gestalt psychic field that all orcs generate, that wag energy that makes impossible things possible, acts as a sort of protection. Demons trying to possess orcs often find the experience deeply unsatisfying because orc minds are so simple and focused on violence that there's nothing interesting to corrupt. An orc doesn't care about power or knowledge or sensation. An orc wants to fight. Trying to tempt an orc with promises of anything other than good scrap is like trying to seduce a brick. So the warp storm battered their hulk but didn't destroy it, and when the storm spat them out, they found themselves in orbit around this demon world. Any sane species would have immediately tried to leave. The orcs looked down at the planet's surface, saw the obvious signs of chaos corruption, noted the demons wandering the landscape, and Warboss Grocker made the obvious decision. They were going down there to fight everything. The initial landing was catastrophic in the entertaining way that orc landings always are. Several of their ramshackle drop pods crashed into each other mid-descent. One entire mob of boys landed upside down and had to fight their way out of the crater they'd created. A Death Dread landed so hard, it buried itself up to its chest in the screaming ground and had to be dug out by Gretchen. But enough orcs survived the landing to form a decent mob, and they immediately set about exploring their new surroundings with all the caution and tactical awareness you'd expect from creatures whose primary survival strategy is be so tough that whatever tries to kill you breaks itself against your skull. The demon world tried to kill them, of course. The environment itself is hostile, the very air toxic with warp energies that would poison normal humans within hours. But orcs are fungi-based life forms with incredibly resilient physiologies. They shrug off toxins that would kill space marines. The reality-warping properties that make demon worlds so dangerous to other species mostly just confuse orcs, who barely understood how reality was supposed to work in the first place. Demons manifested to attack the intruders, appearing in swirls of warp energy to rend and tear at these new arrivals. The orcs thought this was fantastic. Finally, something to fight. The fact that banishing a demon doesn't truly kill it, merely sending it back to the warp to reform, doesn't bother orcs at all. More enemies just means more fun. The demons, for their part, found fighting orcs a deeply frustrating experience. Normally, mortal creatures feel fear when facing demons, and that fear feeds the demons, making them stronger. Orcs don't feel fear. They feel excitement. An orc facing down a bloodthirster of Horn doesn't think, "I'm going to die." He thinks, "I'm going to crump that big red git." And if he does die, which he probably will because bloodthirsters are terrifying killing machines, his last thought will likely be, "That was a good scrap." So the warband has been on the demon world for a few days now, stomping around, fighting demons, occasionally fighting each other when no demons are available, and generally having the time of their lives. The mech boys have been particularly busy, examining all the weird and warp-touched artifacts scattered across the landscape. Most of what they find is either completely useless or explodes when touched, but occasionally they discover something interesting. A weapon that shoots bolts of warp lightning, a piece of armor that seems to be alive and screams constantly, a vehicle that runs on pure spite. The orcs haven't been systematically exploring. They don't make plans that sophisticated. They just wander in whatever direction looks like it might have good fighting, claiming whatever loot catches their eye. It's during one of these random wanderings that a mob of about 30 boys, led by a knob named Gutsmak and accompanied by 2 mech boys named Zograt and Bitskrieg, crests a ridge of compacted bone and looks down into a valley where the ground is relatively stable, by Daemon world standards. And there, half buried in the screaming soil, its golden armor still gleaming despite centuries of neglect, is the Contemptor Galatus dreadnought. The discovery, orc eyes, fall upon golden glory. The moment of discovery doesn't happen with dramatic music or ominous silence. It happens with Gutsmak stopping mid-step, his massive jaw dropping open, and then releasing a bellow of pure orcish joy that echoes across the demon world's twisted landscape. "Oi! Boys, look at the size of that thing!" 30 orc heads swivel to follow his pointing finger. The reaction is immediate and unanimous. Every single orc in the mob lights up with excitement. They've found loot, but not just any loot. The kind of loot that mech boys write songs about, assuming mech boys wrote songs, which they don't because they're too busy building things. But if they did write songs, this would be the subject. The dreadnought lies at the valley's center, tilted at an angle from where it sank into the unstable ground. From the orc's vantage point, they can see most of its form: the massive torso housing the sarcophagus, the Galatus warblade still clutched in one hand, the Presidium shield mounted on the other arm. The Auramite armor, though dulled by exposure to the warp, still retains enough of its golden luster to catch the demon world's tormented light. And, most importantly from the orc's perspective, it's absolutely massive. Size matters deeply in orc psychology. The biggest orcs are the most respected, the most feared, the most likely to become war bosses. This extends to their equipment. A really big gun is inherently better than a smaller gun in orc thinking, regardless of any other factors. A massive vehicle is superior to a smaller one by virtue of being bigger. And the dreadnought before them is, by orc standards, the most beautiful thing they've ever seen. It's huge. It's obviously designed for fighting. It's covered in weapons, and according to mech boy Zograt's professional opinion, delivered between whoops of joy, it's proper orky it is. This last statement might seem absurd to an outside observer. The dreadnought is clearly not orky. It's a pinnacle of imperial engineering, refined and sophisticated, the very opposite of orc aesthetic sensibilities. But to Zograt's eyes, shaped by his genetically encoded understanding of technology, he sees something different. He sees the underlying function rather than the form. He sees a massive war machine designed to get into melee combat and crush enemies. That's orky. He sees weapons systems built for maximum destruction. That's orky. He sees armor thick enough to shrug off incoming fire. That's definitely orky. The fact that it's all been executed with Imperium's trademark refinement, rather than orcish crude enthusiasm, is merely a cosmetic issue, easily solved with enough rivets and red paint. Mechboy Blitzkrieg is already pulling out his tools. A collection of hammers, wrenches, and things that might be welding torches or might be weapons. It's hard to tell with orc equipment. "We gotta get that down here," he says, his eyes gleaming with the particular light that mech boys get when they've spotted something really good to loot. "Gonna pull it out of the ground, yeah? Then we takes it apart, see how it works, and then we makes it orky." The rest of the boys are already charging down the hillside, whooping and hollering. Subtlety is not an orc virtue. They're not sneaking up on the dreadnought because the concept of sneaking up on a machine doesn't occur to them, and even if it did, they'd consider it unsporting. You approach loot loudly and proudly, demonstrating your worthiness to claim it through sheer aggressive confidence. Gutsmack is the first to reach the dreadnought, skidding to a halt in front of its partially buried form. Up close, it's even more impressive. The knob is big by human standards, well over 7 feet tall and built like a tank, but the dreadnought towers over him even in its tilted, half-buried position. The Galatus warblade alone is longer than Gutsmack is tall, its power field inactive, but the weapon still radiating a sense of barely contained lethality. "Look at the size of that chopper," Gutsmack breathes, his voice full of reverence. "And that shield thing. And look, it's got flamers built into the sword. That's dead cunning, that is." The other boys crowd around, jostling for position, each wanting to get a better look at this magnificent find. They're shouting over each other, arguing about whose clan should get credit for discovering it, claiming dibs on various parts of it, and generally creating the kind of raucous chaos that follows orcs everywhere they go. Zograt and Blitzkrieg shoulder their way through the crowd, approaching the dreadnought with the focused intensity that mech boys bring to their craft. They begin examining it with professional interest, running their hands over the armor plating, peering into the gaps where components are exposed, trying to understand how this magnificent machine works. "This is good stuff," Zograt mutters, tapping the auramite armor with a wrench. It makes a solid, satisfying thunk. "Real tough. Tougher than anything we got. And look at these seals here, all proper made, nothing leaking." He pauses, his brow furrowing in concentration. Even for a mech boy, this technology is sophisticated. He can understand the basics of what he's looking at, his genetic knowledge giving him instinctive insights into mechanical principles. But the refinement, the precision, the sheer quality of the construction is beyond anything in typical orc experience. Blitzkrieg is examining the weapon systems, trying to figure out how the Galatus warblade works. "This chopper's got some kind of energy field generator," he says, pointing to components built into the blade's base. "And these are things here. They must be the juice for the flamers. But I ain't never seen gubbins like this before. It's all like, too neat." This is actually high praise from an orc mech boy. Orc technology is deliberately crude, built with the understanding that it doesn't need to be pretty, as long as it works. And it works because orcs believe it will work. The machinery inside a typical orc weapon is a chaotic mess of wires and gears and parts that shouldn't fit together, but do anyway. The dreadnought's internal components, by contrast, are organized, efficient, optimized. Every part has a purpose, every connection is deliberate. It's the difference between a child's crayon drawing and a master's painting. While the mech boys examine the dreadnought's exterior, Gutsmack has made his way around to what he correctly identifies as the front. He's staring at the sarcophagus housing, that armored shell at the dreadnought's core, where the custodian lies entombed. Unlike the rest of the dreadnought, the sarcophagus shows no obvious access points. It's sealed, designed to be opened only with the proper tools and knowledge. "Oi!" Gutsmack calls out to the mech boys. "Think something's inside this thing?" Zograt abandons his examination of the leg servos and comes over. He puts his ear against the sarcophagus, listening intently. For a long moment, there's silence. Then his eyes widen. "Yeah," he says slowly. "Yeah, there's something in there. I can hear it, like a heartbeat, but all slow-like." This causes a stir among the boys. Something's alive inside the war machine. That's even better than they thought. Orcs have a complicated relationship with the concept of dreadnoughts. They've encountered Space Marine dreadnoughts in battle before and found them to be excellent opponents, tough enough to provide a good fight, dangerous enough to make things interesting. The idea that a warrior could keep fighting even after his body was broken appeals deeply to the orc love of violence. If anything, orcs think dreadnoughts are one of the few things humans do right, but they've never seen one like this. This is no crude Astartes pattern. This is something more sophisticated, more deadly, more worthy of looting. The discovery that something lives inside it just makes it better. "We gonna wake it up?" one of the boys asks eagerly. "Have a scrap with it?" "No, you git!" Zograt roars, smacking the boy upside the head with his wrench. "If we wakes it up, it'll start fighting, and then it might break itself. We gotta keep it in one piece, so we can loot it proper." This logic makes sense to the assembled orcs. Fighting the thing would be fun, certainly, but looting it is more profitable. And there's something deeply satisfying to the greenskin mind about the idea of taking an enemy's weapon and making it their own. It's the ultimate insult. Not only did we beat you, we're going to use your own gear against your mates. The decision made, the orcs set about the task of extracting the dreadnought from the ground. This proves more challenging than anticipated. The demon world soil, that screaming, shifting mixture of corrupted matter and crystallized suffering, doesn't want to give up its prize. When the orcs start digging, the ground fights back. Literal hands made of compacted nightmare reach up to grab at their legs. Mouths form in the soil, trying to bite anyone who gets too close. The earth itself seems to resist their efforts, becoming harder and more solid wherever they're trying to dig. The orcs find this hilarious. Of course, the ground's fighting back. This is a demon world. That just makes the work more entertaining. They attack the task with typical orcish enthusiasm, which is to say they start hitting things with shovels and occasionally with each other. The Gretchen, who have accompanied the mob, are sent scrambling into the holes being dug, their smaller size allowing them to work in spaces where the larger orcs can't fit. The Gretchen complain about this constantly, which the orcs ignore because Gretchen always complain about everything. While the excavation is underway, Mechboy Blitzkrieg is examining the dreadnought's power core, trying to determine its status. He's managed to pry open a maintenance panel, revealing a nest of cables and crystalline components that manage power distribution. His genetically encoded knowledge is screaming at him that this is extremely advanced technology, far beyond typical orc standards, but also giving him enough understanding to grasp the basics. "The power thing's almost empty," he announces. "Like really empty. It's got just enough juice to keep the git inside alive, but nothing for moving or fighting." "Can we juice it up?" Zograd asks, not looking away from the excavation he's supervising. "Maybe," Blitzkrieg replies. "Gotta get it back to the workshop first, hook it up to some proper power, see what happens. Might work, might explode. Won't know till we tries it." This is about as good a guarantee as anyone can expect with orc technology. The plan, such as it is, begins to solidify. They'll dig the dreadnought out, haul it back to the warband's main camp where the mech boys have set up their workshops, and then start the process of looting it properly. They'll strip it down, see how it works, keep the good bits, and incorporate them into orc machines. And if they can get it working again, even better. But as is often the case with orc plans, things are about to become complicated. Because while the orcs have been busy examining their prize and digging it out, the dreadnought's systems have been reacting to their presence. The vibrations from the excavation have been detected by internal sensors. The sound of orc voices has been picked up by audio receptors. And deep within the sarcophagus, in the amniotic tank, where a custodian's biological remnants float in preservative fluid, consciousness is beginning to stir. Awakening in hell, the custodian stirs. The return to consciousness is not gentle. For someone who isn't sure how long they've been in stasis, being awakened by the sensation of being dug up while surrounded by xenos is deeply disorienting. The custodian's awareness returns in stages, his enhanced mind fighting through layers of hibernation protocols and damaged systems to assess his situation. First comes baseline awareness. He exists, he can think. These basic facts establish themselves before anything else. Then come the sensory inputs, flooding into his consciousness as his connection to the dreadnought's systems re-establishes itself. He's not receiving full data. Too many sensors are damaged or non-functional, but enough work to paint a picture of his surroundings. Optical sensors online, multiple degraded feeds from external cameras. He sees orcs. His brain, shaped by centuries of combat experience and enhanced by the Emperor's own craft, identifies them instantly. Approximately 30 orcs, various subspecies identifiable by their coloration and equipment. They're digging. They're excavating him from whatever he's buried in. No, not excavating. Looting. They're attempting to loot him. Audio sensors functioning at 63% efficiency. The custodian hears the orcish voices, that crude, enthusiastic dialect of Low Gothic mixed with their own linguistic peculiarities. They're excited about something. They're arguing about something. They're making plans. Tactical assessment. Immediate combat is inadvisable. His power core is critically depleted, barely, maintaining life support functions. Even if he could activate his weapon systems, which he cannot, he lacks the energy reserves for sustained combat. His armor integrity is compromised in multiple locations, though the auramite has held better than lesser materials would have. His shield arm's refractor field generator is non-functional. The Galatus Warblade's power feed is offline. Location: unknown. The last thing the custodian clearly remembers is the memory is fragmented, damaged by whatever trauma landed him here. Battle. There was battle. Demons. So many demons. His brothers falling. Someone ordering a retreat. Then, nothing. A gap in his memory that could represent moments or millennia. And now he's here. Wherever here is. Being dug up by orcs. The situation should be terrifying. He's alone, damaged, powerless, surrounded by Xenos who clearly intend to loot his dreadnought chassis. But custodians don't feel fear, not in the way normal humans do. They feel concern, perhaps, recognition that a situation is dangerous. But not fear. Fear is a survival mechanism for mortals who might flee from danger. Custodians were created to never flee. So instead of fear, the custodian feels only determination. He will survive this. He will escape. He will return to terror, to his duty, to his eternal vigil. But not yet. Not like this. His situation requires careful thought. The orcs don't know he's conscious. They might not even realize he's alive inside the dreadnought. This gives him an advantage, slim as it might be. If they believe him to be merely a machine, a dead thing to be taken apart, they'll be less cautious. They'll lower their guard. And when an opportunity presents itself, when his power core has had time to recharge even slightly, he can act. But recharging his power core presents its own challenges. The dreadnought's reactor is a sophisticated piece of technology designed to draw power from multiple sources. It can process standard Imperial fuel cells, convert solar radiation into usable energy, or even tap into specialized power networks when available. But here, on what his sensors are telling him, is definitely a demon world. His options are limited. The ambient energy in the atmosphere is tainted with warp corruption. Using it would risk contamination of his systems, possibly even of his own soul. Unacceptable. No, he needs to be patient. Let the orcs take him wherever they're planning to take him. Let them think they've won a great prize. And when the opportunity comes, when he's had time to recharge and repair what systems he can, he'll show these Xenos exactly why the custodians are the Emperor's finest. The digging continues. The custodian can feel it through his chassis, the vibrations of orc strength and stubborn determination slowly freeing him from the ground. Through his damaged sensors, he watches them work, studying their movements, identifying potential threats. That large one directing the operation, the knob with the mechanical arm, is clearly a leader of sorts. The two with the bizarre tools and measuring implements are mech boys, the orc equivalent of engineers. They're the ones who will pose the greatest threat, because they'll be the ones examining him most closely, most likely to discover his consciousness. Hours pass. The orcs don't seem to tire, their fungal biology giving them endurance that would shame lesser races. They dig, and they argue, and they occasionally fight each other when disagreements arise, then go back to digging. It's almost admirable in a crude way. These are not sophisticated beings, but they're persistent. Finally, after what the custodian's internal chronometer estimates as 7 hours and 43 minutes, the dreadnought is free. The orcs celebrate this achievement by whooping loudly and shooting their weapons into the air, which seems wildly impractical, but entirely in character for the species. Then they set about the task of moving their prize. This proves even more challenging than the excavation. The Contemptor Galitus is massive, weighing several tons even with its power core depleted and various components damaged. The orcs attempt to lift it manually at first, a dozen of them getting underneath and heaving with all their considerable strength. They manage to raise it a few inches before one orc's footing slips, and the whole thing comes crashing back down, crushing a Gretchen who was standing in the wrong place. The other Gretchens scatter, squealing in alarm, while the orcs just laugh. Eventually, the mech boys devise a solution. They rig up a system of chains and pulleys, attaching them to a nearby rock formation that seems more stable than most features on this demon world. With this mechanical advantage, plus 30 orcs pulling on the chains while bellowing war cries, they manage to drag the dreadnought onto a massive sled that they've lashed together from pieces of scrap metal and what might be the ribs of some enormous creature. The journey back to the orc camp takes the rest of the day, the orcs hauling their prize across the demon world's surface. The custodian uses this time to continue his assessment of the situation. Through his sensors, he observes the landscape passing by, cataloguing the corruption he sees. This is definitely a demon world, no question. The reality distortions, the warp taint in the atmosphere, the occasional demon that appears to investigate the commotion. The orcs fight off these demon attacks with cheerful enthusiasm, barely breaking stride in their hauling efforts. As they travel, the custodian also observes the orcs themselves more closely. These are not the mindless brutes that some imperial propaganda portrays them as. They're organized, in their crude way. They work together toward a common goal. They demonstrate problem-solving skills, adapting their approach when direct strength proves insufficient. And most importantly, they show signs of that peculiar orc gestalt psychic field, that wah energy that makes their impossible technology function. The custodian has fought orcs before, of course. All custodians have, at various points during their long service, but he's never had the opportunity to observe them this closely, while they believed themselves unobserved. It's educational, in a way. Understanding your enemy is crucial to defeating them, and he will defeat them eventually. But first, he must survive. The Mech Workshop, a place of brutal innovation. The orc camp, when they finally reach it, is exactly what you'd expect from a race of violent fungus people who've crash-landed on a demon world. It's a chaotic sprawl of tents and crude fortifications, vehicles in various states of repair or dismantlement scattered everywhere, and orcs doing orc things, fighting each other, shouting at each other, working on equipment, or all three simultaneously. The center of the camp houses what the orcs grandly call their workshop, though that term dignifies it far beyond what it deserves. It's a large open area where the mech boys have set up their operations, surrounded by piles of scrap, half-finished projects, and things that might be tools or weapons, or possibly just interesting chunks of metal that someone thought looked good. There are workbenches, if you can call crudely welded metal tables workbenches. There are furnaces, burning with flames that are probably not supposed to be that color. And there are the mech boys themselves, along with their Gretchen assistants, all working on various projects with more enthusiasm than precision. When the mob returns with their prize, dragging the Contemptor Galatus into the camp on its sled, the reaction is immediate and dramatic. every orc in the vicinity stops what they're doing to come look at this magnificent piece of loot. They crowd around, shoving each other for better views, shouting questions and suggestions, arguing about what should be done with it. Warboss Grocker himself emerges from his tent to see what all the commotion is about. Grocker is big, even by orc standards. Not huge, not a true warlord yet, but certainly an impressive physical specimen, standing almost 8 feet tall and built with the kind of muscle mass that comes from constant fighting and the natural orc tendency to grow larger as they age and survive combat. He pushes through the crowd with casual authority, orcs parting before him, not out of fear, but out of respect for the hierarchy that says bigger orcs get first pick of everything. He stops in front of the dreadnought, looking up at it with eyes that gleam with appreciation. "Now dat," he says, his voice a deep rumble, "is a proper piece of loot. Where'd you find it?" Gutsmack explains, in the rambling, enthusiastic way that orcs explain things, about the valley and the discovery and the hours of digging. Grocker listens, nodding along, clearly pleased. This is exactly the kind of find that improves a warboss's reputation among his boys. Not only did his warband find something valuable, but they brought it back intact rather than fighting over it or breaking it in the process of looting it. "Right den," Grocker announces, addressing the crowd. "Dis thing's gonna be the pride of the warband, yeah? We're gonna fix it up, make it orky, and then we're gonna use it to crump every git what gets in our way. And I'm gonna be the one riding in it." This declaration is met with enthusiastic cheering from most of the orcs present, though a few of the other knobs look somewhat disappointed that they won't get to claim this prize for themselves. But Grocker's decision is final. He's the warboss. He gets first choice, and he's chosen the dreadnought. The mech boys are already swarming over the dreadnought, examining it more thoroughly now that they have proper lighting and tools available. Zograt and Blitzkrieg are joined by 2 other mech boys, Sparkgit and Megabolt, both eager to get their hands on this sophisticated piece of technology. They're taking measurements, sketching crude diagrams, arguing loudly about how various systems work and what needs to be done to make it functional again. "First thing," Zograt announces, climbing up onto the dreadnought's shoulder to address the assembled crowd. "We gotta get power flowing again. This thing's got a proper orky power core, real big and strong, but it's almost dead, so we're gonna hook it up to the generator, juice it up, see what happens." "Second thing," Blitzkrieg adds, pointing at the weapon systems, "we gotta make sure all the earthy bits still work. The big chopper needs power, them flamers need something to shoot, and that shield thing needs fixing. Plus, we might want to add some more DACA, because you can never have too much DACA."